Too soft on the issues.
You don't like the anti-gays?
Yeah, I was going to say, any issues in particular, speaking to one of the careers in the guild?
Just hit everyone, mate. Hit everyone. mostly the fucking tags that get me railed up.
We don't know what the tags mean, man.
I have no idea what you just said, so...
Fenians as a...
Tag is a term for Catholics.
Well, everyone hates Catholics.
Is there more of an anti-Irish thing other than anti-gay?
Well, Fenian is nationalist, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
but I'm talking about the parties in general, like the TUV. I'm sure they don't like gay people, but I think a gay Irish person would be like drawing the line.
So, Cole, if you do go to America, how are you going to raid?
With latency.
At 3 in the afternoon.
Well,
I've been playing with latency this whole time in the brain. You know.
Yeah, but timing, is that means you're going to stop raiding?
No, he can water plants in night, can't
for at least like 6 months, don't worry about it.
Well, you know, Carps will be getting worried his best DPS is going to lose. As he said, his best DPS.
I didn't say that.
You said his best leveling person, so I assume that.
Yeah, because he's great crack.
I'm going to sabotage your work visa now.
Sign up for what? Is there an act that we've missed, or are you about to?
I'm just yelling at Stara.
Oh,
he's one of the problem people.
What?
Oh, Willow's online if you also want to scream at him.
Double pull here, Resmi.
Actually, is Willow still online?
No, he's not online. He's dodged me again.
He like logs in every 3 weeks for an hour and then goes off again.
I don't know what goes through that boy's head, because it was like earlier when Bot was like, "Does anyone want to come raiding? We need a healer," and Willow was like, "Okay," and then just went AFK for 15 minutes immediately.
Yeah, we had the same thing. He put a CA group together. We had a full 10-man. He was one of the healers, and then when we were about to zone in, he's like, "Oh, I need to go play Call of Duty."
That was months ago, Cole.
Yeah, but the point stands.
I remember that even.
You hold a grudge, I'll tell you that.
No, man,
I also remember every infraction.
That was one of the things that, like if you're the one who puts the group together, like if he said, "Oh, you know, it's a emergency or whatever," you know, that's cool. But he said he has to go play Call of Duty, so
that can be an emergency.
Could be in a guild or a clan or whatever they call them in that world, and they need them. And...
yeah, but he fucked us because the group then I think fell.
We had been looking for a healer for like half an hour, and I don't even think we had a main spec healer second before Willow leave.
Willow even said like, "Oh guys, I can pretty much like solo heal this almost."
Yeah, Tarps, I think planning Nax for Sunday makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, well,
trying to aim for Thursday.
Like, I'm probably just gonna Nax 25 on Sunday, and then I imagine at the rate we're going, we'll have a 10-man group for Thursday. So
yeah, I think
next Thursday it releases.
Yeah.
Yeah, next Thursday.
We'll have a 10.
Well, I'd better rush with the leveling then.
Even if it's just me and Resmi. At North.
Oh yeah, fun.
He just has to be the hard man, and he's a softie. Oh.
Actually, Shavara's fucking gunning it.
You didn't hear. Well, you weren't there during Tier 5 progress.
I was there. Oh, I wasn't in Tier 5 progress.
You weren't
joined
Tier
6.
5.
Sorry, I'll need like half an hour or something like that. I need to get the
Darps can jump in.
Yeah, Darps can jump in.
I'm leveling with Addy.
He's not allowed to leave Addy.
Alright.
You know, like, our DPS meters in this party are very skewed, guys.
to holy damage.
One of us is
No,
doing
she's
a lot
Shadow
of
Priest.
damage, and the
She's
other
a
one
Shadow
is
Priest.
yeah. Well, the Shadow Priest. Apparently, it's shit. Otherwise, she's just not pulling her weight.
I'll help out as well
I
then,
think
and
she
you two
even
can join if you want.
yesterday she even said that the damage difference between Hunter and Shadow Priest is like night and day.
Well, the dots don't have time to tick, right?
Yeah,
See you
it's
later,
the same
guys.
thing as Affliction.
See you, man.
See ya.
It's good in long fights.
I'm just gonna mail stuff if you can summon me back.
No, thank you.
Are we gonna talk
Actually,
about
I'm
No.
running tea. Tea time.
/BB?
Yeah, I'm
So
ready
how
for
you
summon.
guys doing? 71 pulp, not very impressive.
I've only played for
I'm not
2.5
even
hours.
halfway to 71.
Poe abandoned him, and we have been dealing with the
I
emotional
called him
fallout of
out
that for the
last night.
past
I
hour.
called Co out last night, like, whoa, bro. Paul went off lane an hour ago,
No.
you're still playing? What the fuck?
No, our
And-
plan was to only dungeon group, nothing about leveling, and
Oh,
then
that's
he
not what I heard.
And when I
Oh.
got on today, he had done dungeons, he had done stuff, loads of things without me, and
I'm actually almost done with Prog and Tundra.
and you were unrepentive as well, which made it even worse. It was like it wasn't like a dude, I'm
Listen, Bob,
sorry, I
if,
couldn't resist, whatever.
Listen,
You know.
Bob, if anything, then you're the one who's not the supportive one in this relationship, so...
Dude, I'm
Oh,
letting you
wow.
go. Okay,
Really went there, huh?
okay, I remember.
I'm here putting the
I am a support class,
finding-
like obviously, but like,
Co's never getting fucking healed again.
I don't discriminate. The only thing I discriminate against is pets. I don't heal pets.
None of us heal pets.
I don't care, I have talent to heal a pet. Now,
It's nothing against your pet. I just don't heal pets.
it's...
I can't imagine what my unit frames would look like if I displayed pets. It would just be a fucking mess.
Lau told me to do it, guys. He told me hunters need pet healing.
Fuck off, do they? All pet, especially not in Wrath. Pets take 75% reduced
Oh.
AoE damage.
In BC, he demanded it. He said it really fucks you to not have healers paying attention to it. But
Sorry.
in saying that, all of our hunters were shit, so I don't think it was worth doing anyway, but
Yeah, these are the same people who leave their pets standing in the fire on night.
yeah. you know, healing would help, but you're still not meant to let it die.
I did join. I joined in the middle of T5.
No,
Didn't
you
I?
joined in the middle of tier 6 then. In Black Temple and Hyjal? You didn't do
Oh yeah, shit, yeah, yeah, I did actually.
Yeah, because we were running tier 5 in the daytime pub.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, Noth was a desk slammer during Kilthas progression. He had a very bad evening one night. Yeah. He has to fuck up the mechanics so he can mellow out a little bit. Like, he chilled out on Kil'jaeden when he was the guy who messed up the dragon. If it was anybody else, he would have been very, very angry.
Does this Zeppelin link? Is there a Zeppelin that links both areas? I thought I remember
No,
that.
there's a boat run by the Tuskar. If you've
You're
got
gonna go to Dragonblight though, right? As like an in-between.
yeah. Well, yeah. So there's one boat that goes from 1 to Dragonblight, and then a second boat that goes from Dragonblight to the other one.
Well, if you go from Undercity, you can go straight to Vengeance Landing.
Oop, I should have left the party. So.
What's going on? What are we doing, Cole?
What's up?
What's the plan?
Well, if
Who's
people
after
are leaving,
Grizzly
then we
Hills?
can go back to questing. I actually really enjoyed questing.
Okay, so we're parking the group.
Yeah, but we can... Are you coming on the same time tomorrow, Paul? Raceway?
Yeah, I
Probably,
can.
but
You might be way ahead of us at that stage. So, you know.
No. I do have limited time. On the weekend I might pull ahead, but... No. at the moment. The birthdays, it's gonna take time.
Oh, fair enough. So where do I get this boat? It's south, isn't it? Near the
Which zone are you in?
can't remember. Bar and Tundra, isn't it? Yeah, Bar and Tundra. Oh, is it the boats? I think. Yeah. Ah, I'll find it.
If you can see Flight Masters with Questy, I think it's the southeastern one, Bilko Drift Spark.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I was thinking it was the one near the Carrick, guys, right at the bottom. South. But
It definitely has a Flight Master.
so what you're saying about Addie is she hasn't learned how to play Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
And your concern is that she won't learn, or she's
Oh, she's gonna learn. She's gonna learn.
Is it not like easy Shadow Ward Pain and
I mean, you put your dots
Blast and
up
stuff?
and then Mind Blast and Mind Flay, right? At least that was it in BC, I think.
You have to snapshot your dots.
Yeah, but
you don't
that's not-
have to. But
That's not this disparity that's happening here, you know, where she's doing like 10% of my DPS.
Oh, okay.
she should be using Shadow Ward Dead obviously as a on rotation, right?
I
Not
don't
when
think
you're
that's part of
questing.
it anymore. I don't think they use that in their rotation in Wrath anymore. Just as an execute, maybe.
Okay.
But it used to be, yeah, they used it on cooldown, so you'd see the Shadow Priest pop every time.
Yeah, there's definitely something about the rotation. Like it's not just vamp. There was another button to press.
You
It's not
also get
Mind Seer.
Mind
Just
Seer,
AoE.
yeah, which is the AoE cleave one.
What is it?
Don't even have that yet, though.
Yeah, they won't let. I think 80 is it?
Goodbye.
Yeah. I'll do that when it starts saving time. This way.
You could probably also help her by pulling multiple mobs, or she just pulls multiple three mobs maybe with dots and.
To be honest, I don't know if it's red or if it's the Stunwell gear or what, but I just dive into 8 mobs,
Just kill them.
leave them all down in 5 seconds, come out of the fight with 100% health and like 100% mana and a free fucking flash of light instant cast ready to go.
Okay.
Both. Like, we are absurdly overpowered, and the gear is absurdly good.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So what you do is then go loot all and just tell her to follow you and collect.
Yeah.
No? And then get you a beer. Or would that be too like sexist?
You, yeah. You
It's
fucking
like Cuphead in
pig.
Diablo, where Cuphead just sucks up all the gold on the ground.
Addie's
Did you just compare Addy to the Diablo goblin?
No,
I
ain't
haven't gotten portals away.
Yeah, Addy, just grab all the loot and Hearthstone.
Don't forget to bubble first.
But Tarps, you really need to give her a headset because
She's got one. She's got one. She's just sat like literally half a foot away from me, so if she pulls her mic open, you'll hear both of us through both mics.
Okay.
Well,
Wait, when she was reading, I just muted my fucking mic.
Maybe then people will actually listen.
what-
I was going to say mute tarps. No,
Yeah.
yeah. And we can hear tarps like
You can just hear my
screaming orders from across the
Angry
room.
echo coming through her microphone, cutting in and out like as I raise my voice and lower it.
Sounds like fun.
It would cut off. It would cut off the famous lads, though. No, I think we'd still hear the fucking suck.
Posts I. Oh, what was that? Yeah, I got an application. Addie's just reminding me I should talk about this. I got an application the other day from a rogue, like a week back. Was talking to him, and there were like some good points, some bad points to the app. But I was thinking of taking them just to, fill up, because you never know how many people are going to stick, how many people are actually going to hit 80, when people are going to hit 80. People like fucking Willow that just dodge raids all the time.
We just need a balance between melee and casters, right? So.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit more specific than that, but yeah. Like, I don't think you would want 2 boomkins. It's kind of pointless. Stuff like that. Like, they underperform as a class.
Yeah, but is it that
I think,
much?
like, I got this. Well, I don't know.
It's not that much. It really.
It all depends. Well, if you're talking like 10-20% DPS, it's quite a lot.
Yeah, but that's on certain fights. On certain AoE fights, boomkin is gonna like gunship and different heroic
Sure, but
gunship.
it's just an example. Like, I got that Shavra guy in because Ellie sucks ass, even if Kortark disagrees. But he seems like a good player, and we could use another player to fill the raids. So, fucking.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy that you said?
Shavra,
The
who's
current
level
first
76.
person. Yeah, he's going to be first 80 in the guild.
Oh, okay. So he's just leveling all day. Okay, yeah. But
Well, yeah, I gave up and went to bed at 3 a.m. and I logged back in and he was 73
I
this
mean,
morning.
he's got 2 levels on Noth, who I thought didn't go to sleep last night.
North went for a nap at about 2:30.
Okay, he didn't wake up for 5 hours.
It was 2:30 in the morning and North's exact phrase was, "I'm going for a nap." I was like, dude, go to bed? He was just like, nah, I only need a couple of hours.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend Thursday, Friday level uploads because I have the full day off, and then
We're gonna try and get a level a day or something, and then smash it on Saturday, Sunday. Just fucking play all day and get it done. So Eddie's working on Sunday as well, so kind of a bummer, but we'll work around it.
put her on follow.
We're on follow. Yeah, it's basically already happening.
Hello.
But you could.
Yeah, what was I saying?
I think could you do Nax at lower level?
I think you can do it at like 78 or something.
You could technically do it at 77 because the limit is being able to fly in.
What if you
Like,
got summoned? I mean, you just... The one's right there.
I think it was like the 3rd week of Nax. I remember, or third week, and maybe I'd done 125. And maybe I'm wrong and my memory's fucked up, but I remember I solo healed Nax 10 with an off healer on. Had to help me on Gothic because of the split.
Surely you would need... early on, you would need help on patchwork. I don't think you can solo that.
Yeah, maybe. I can't remember. 10 man, I think is so easy though. From my
Yeah,
memory.
maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Patch
But
10 doesn't hit very hard.
Like, I don't really remember 25 at all, so I'm not even going to attempt to say anything, but 10... I would compare 10 to UBRS, basically, in my brain. That's how easy it is.
Yeah. I only have 10... Wrath is so long ago now, I just remember doing the fucking 40 on private servers. I'm sure it will transfer knowledge of that.
Now, all there is kind of hard, all there is hard, like that, like in comparison, like, but an axe. I honestly think people will be shocked at and find this too easy and ask for buffs in ICC and different, not ICC heroic, but ICC in general.
I think the issue with that is that the later tiers are actually difficult.
Yeah,
Nax
it's just
that's-
Nox that's supposed to be
Yeah,
very easy.
it's
right?
Nax that's the outlier. The Ulduar has some insanely hard fights, and Trial and ICC are when Blizzard started to kick up difficulty to like. It's not like modern Mythic, but it's kind of getting there.
Yeah, definitely ICC hard, heroic mode was hard, or hard mode or whatever,
Yeah.
wasn't easy. And I only think I've done 2 bosses on heroic or hard, and that's like I've not done Lich King on hard mode or heroic mode,
Yeah.
whatever it's called. So
I mean,
that is my aim, obviously.
yeah. I know. I can't remember much about the later tiers, but I do remember that Mimiron in Ulduar was meant to be crazy tough, the hard mode, and that Yogg Zero, which was like the most. It's like a Hakar style fight where you can do like this variable difficulty depending on what you choose. You know, it's not just on or off. It's like there's 4 different fucking levels to the hard or easy mode. But that got killed by one guild before Trial of Crusader came out. The one guild in the world killed that boss in the correct patch, which is just crazy.
Yeah, their tactic was weird from my memory. They had some weird tactic they did, and people were trying to get their kill invalidated.
I remember watching the video summary of World Firsts. Because yeah, you're right. They did something that, yeah, Blizzard didn't deem it exploitative, but sort of the community did.
I think Yogg Zero wasn't that. I don't think. Yogg Zero, I think they used like. I think it was Affliction Locks can DPS while you're facing the other way, so they could kind of avoid.
Yeah,
some
that was it.
mechanics. But I mean,
makes sense. Yeah.
I don't remember anybody complaining about that back in the day. I remember Insidia got world first Algalon and then got banned and had the kill sort of revoked for it, and then they also got banned, I think, for Serenite bombs on the Lich King when they were going for world first for that. But I don't remember anything about Yogg. I can't remember what the Algalon thing was for. I think they fucked around with reset somehow. They found some bugs so that they could do something. They shouldn't have been able to access. I think they shouldn't have been able to access it in the first week or something, and they bugged the raid out so that they could get in there and kill it. Something like that.
Maybe they'll just won't bring in the ICC buff until really late. That's probably the good thing. A good thing.
Yeah, I could do that. But the thing is, it's a balance pulp. You know, there'll be people who say it's too easy, and there are other people who think that like normal Nax from Wrath that they haven't buffed is the correct, appropriate difficulty. You know, and that's fun. Just depends on the person, right?
Well, I found Sunwell fun, even though it was crazy hard, because it felt like we achieved something decent that not many people else. Like a lot of people didn't achieve Sunwell clear. So
yeah. Sometimes I question how we actually did it, but
I think persistence.
I think
yeah, well,
we
it's
agree that KJ kill was kind of lucky.
we were very lucky to get it that night, man. And if we didn't get it that night, suddenly we're like Resme was going away on holidays. I think we were having roster issues. Like we might not have got it if we didn't kill it that time.
At least it's.
Yeah, we've not gotten
already,
to KJ pre-nerf, except for that one time, I think.
Well, yeah, and this is the weird thing. I didn't actually kill it. In my brain, I'm like, we killed it, but I didn't actually kill it.
You killed
which is
it.
actually, Yeah, but that's weird.
I
Like,
mean, it wasn't. Muru was the real prick in there, and getting through the rest of it. It's so funny because it's only 4 bosses, and the top guilds were just doing it in like 20 minutes or something. But get through them because for us it was like almost progression every week, trying to fucking get healers to do twins properly and stuff. But KJ, it was our first night on him, right? We had like an hour of
second.
practice on him one night so that I could get to grips with the dragon and stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the second night on him, but
That was actually our third because we went back for a second evening.
I think we went to him. The only thing I remember doing on him was like one pull after we killed Muru. And then we went on a Monday, yeah. Like on a Monday, yeah. And on the Monday, Addy was saying we got in pugs to like fill the fucking thing from other guilds and stuff.
Yeah, there was pugs. Yeah. I logged in late.
But it was just a practice night, you know? And then when we came away from the practice night after like an hour, like, yeah, we can do this. It's no problem. We just have to actually get here with a full raid.
And our raid was messed up because we were doing some raids, some fights without Shadow Priest at one stage.
Yeah, well, roster boss is like the most difficult thing in the game, right?
Yeah, I don't think we'll have it this time though.
Well, it's a lot different in Wrath. You can just fill with TPS. Like you're saying, it's not ideal, but if we wanted, you could probably do most content with fucking 20 LE Shaman DPSing, you know?
I think you want at least one from each class, but even then there's a lot of overlap, so...
That's good for, yeah.
Not nearly as strict though, like... Recruitment was such a pain in TBC, guys. It was fucking maddening trying to like fit everybody in and get the right buffs for everybody and
so
Shaman, working around Shaman every fucking raid. Oh man. Yeah. Desperately trying to recruit more of them, like not good, not pleasant.
Now you just get to pick the better players.
Yeah.
And explain that. Well, within certain buffs and whatever, but in certain
it's not
roles.
nearly. It's not nearly as important. As Rez says, you know, 90% of that has coverage on other classes. Like it's not. It's no longer just fuck. We gotta stack Shaman because, you know, we need minimum 5 of them.
Yeah, and that was even in vanilla. You needed 8 Shaman just for totems.
There's gonna be high attrition as well.
I played vanilla as ally, and raid comp was so easy. Only thing you have to do is stick a hunter in every melee group.
Well, that's the difference between paladins and shamans.
Yeah.
No?
I mean, we would just stick every healer's in the 2 groups at the end of the raid, 7 and 8. You know. So TBC was a big change for me.
Yeah, but we will get decent enough attrition because people will get. The thing about Rat is, and I hope they don't do it, but after maybe 4 or 5 clears of 25 man and people are full gear or whatever, and everyone's going overboard, and you know that kind of way could happen, and people just stop logging in or the raid logging, and attrition just kicks in, and people are like. Oh,
well, again, I think that's a next thing, right? And you know, we've had easy tiers before. Like we put up with months, right, of nerf tier 6. You just have to kind of make it fun and give people a reason to show up, or like have a good laugh in the raid instead of like pushing for progression. But I can't see people getting bored because stuff is so easy when we hit like actual content with hard modes.
Well,
That's
so
true.
far
Yeah, a
we
short
have,
while
made good
of relaxed content isn't bad, you know. Especially the
You've
first
made
layer
it
of an
pretty
expansion.
interesting.
Yeah,
with
I mean,
the
it's
events.
not so bad to be chill sometimes. And you know, I'm thinking even now, since they've buffed Sartharian 3 Drakes, that could be a fucking cunt of a boss.
What
Like,
is it?
that might be a little bit tough.
What will you require?
A little bit. Like it's still not the hardest mechanics in the world.
No, not mechanically, but it's more a tuning issue, I find. You know, Muru is maybe the most simple mechanical boss in Sunwell, right? It was nothing. No mechanics, basically. Add spawn, kill ads, kill boss.
Sucks up.
But it was
Stack,
so...
don't move. Till phase 2.
That's... Come on. It's not... Spread out is not a mechanic. You know?
It is!
Don't stand in fire is not worth talking about. Hard modes in Wrath are like a different beast from that shit, but I'm just saying it's mechanically super easy. It was the tuning that made it difficult for us. We didn't have the DPS, and at times we didn't have the healing. You know, the way that we brute forced through it in pre-patch was how very top guilds were doing it before nerf. Just absolutely destroying it. Because they, you know, DPS is the answer to mechanics and just lets you bypass actual mechanics.
It's the truth, yeah.
Talking to Lau last night, and he was talking about how, like, in proper super high level guilds, like a lot of bosses in vanilla would just last 20 seconds, and so you're trying to figure out how to parse good on that, and every single ability that you use, every single GCD counts like for 20% of your fucking DPS. A different world.
So, Torps, you still didn't send me any gold.
For what?
I don't know.
My gold
you-
limit was reached, Co. I sent you the screenshot.
Yeah, but that's only for one day, right?
I'm sorry, buddy. That was it.
Okay, let's see. It's okay.
Oh, we can... I don't know. You missed the one day of the month that I pay attention to stuff, Co, so you have to wait for a month.
Another few months, okay.
Ethy's still waiting.
Yeah, it's not a...
Are there quests for Utgard, guys, or...
Yeah,
It's
there
two
is
when you
something.
go in. If you complete the
two
chain for
inside.
the if you complete the chain for the High Executor in Vengeance Landing, then you get another one.
Okay, cool. I know in... Was it in Kata they just moved all quest givers inside? Something.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
fine.
right outside or inside. Yeah, that was Kata.
My map quest is not showing it. There's one. Yep. We just gotta fight here. Yeah, kill people and.
I should have got the glyph of aquatic form so we could just go much quicker.
A minor glyph, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't see it, so maybe it's not out yet, but it's just there's loads of swimming in some of these quests.
I'm sure it's one of the ones I discovered on my shaman.
Not definitely has it because he used it that day to get the fucking. To win the treasure hunt.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
He discovered it that day during the hunt and
lucky bastard.
Yeah, 1 second. They know it's way better in leveling experience.
What's
Yeah, and I
that?
have to say it's not very busy either.
Hmm.
Like I'm in open world now, and I thought it'd be like overflowing and no time at all to pick mobs, but it's relatively calm even.
Depends on the layers, I guess.
Yeah, I was pondering earlier. They must have heavily layered it because there have been some quest hubs I've been in. I have been the only person.
And no server crashes. Which,
And don't say that too loud.
Actually, Storm was crashing like heavily in the afternoon, and I was crashing as well when I logged in. I crashed like 4 times within a 2-hour window, and
Be like
now
a
the crashes
karmic
are
thing.
gone. What?
It's just us getting disconnected. Like I've seen people being disconnected in waves, and it makes me wonder if it is like a layering thing. Like if they're closing layers.
I mean, they can just shift you instantly. That's how layering works. Like,
Well, that's what they should be doing, but it makes no sense for like because we're all in Northrend, but it's only like 3 or 4 of us at a time will just suddenly all disappear. Say they got disconnected, but be able to get back on instantly.
it happened earlier. 5 people got disconnected who were in the same instance, and then they all came back.
Well, that would be
the instance server.
instant server, yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm one of these people who I just hate leveling in the game. I just find it like I could fish for 5 hours, like if I had to, and I'd get enjoyment out of it if I had to. But leveling as an experience just does nothing for me. I in any expansion, I just can't do it.
I agree.
I love it.
Does explain why you two have so few ults. It explains why you two have so few ults.
Few ults, I have 3, 4 even now.
I pay for my ults.
All boosted.
I'd let you know.
Well, I suppose that Death Knight counts as boosted, but no.
No, it does not count because you had no say in it.
The guy, the guy in whatever zone I'm in, Barren Tundra, actually says he goes to Dragonflight Harbor, which I assume then links to Howling Fjord.
Yeah.
The Oracle lad. And I have another memory, and maybe this is completely crap. I remember being very quick to get all the reps done in
Fast.
Rat
It is fast, yeah.
because of dungeon spam.
Yeah, you can control which one you get.
Except Sons of Hodder was kind of slow because it was the daily, and I'd have to do that for a few days. One thing I used to love and I think this is probably why I used to, in the past, be good at leveling, was I used to always make loads of twinks. And I'd gear them between every 10 levels, and I'd pre-plan a gear. And me and this guy basically had we'd boost each other, and we'd get all this crazy gear from like whatever, run Shadowfang Keep 20 times to get X item for one of us and a chance of them. We'd always just dominate Battlegrounds and bring stuff through different tiers of Battlegrounds and twink. So that was when I could level. I can't level now.
Hello.
Oh my god, it's
Hello.
Steffa.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, Stefan.
Why such a surprise? It's not.
I just thought I'd hype up your entrance. Like, did if you want me to be less hype, I'd be like, Jesus fuck, it's Stefan.
Yeah, thanks. It's not like I'm Stara. Oh.
It's got to be worse than someone else.
I definitely hadn't forgotten that Stara was in the guild.
Just we're meant to have 3 Shadow Priest mains.
Which means gear gets split. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, not one has been logging in
Hello.
before. No, not you. I'm talking about
Hello.
Lolly, Stara, and
Willow has been logging in, but just
Well,
manages
look.
to dodge you.
Well, look, Stara did say he's gonna come when the expansion releases. So it released today, so he came, right? So I think he was quite literal about it.
Tarps is not amused.
I'm very
Never. He's never amused. I can share one quest.
Turps,
Hello, sir.
is this the start
The
of
start
our new
of.
relationship? Where I start screaming at you?
Heal me! Why the fuck did I die?
I've. Do you actually want me to grab healing gear, or can I Art of War this?
You can try to Art of War it. We can
Oh.
try together to Art of War it.
Addie's saying she's got dual spec as well if we need.
Oh, great,
No.
Adi can heal.
If you
No,
do
Nothing's
fail,
going to be great. You
if you
scream for
do
healing.
fail, if you do fail, Adia can save me as
Yeah,
usual.
okay, alright.
You scream for healing, I'll scream for wisdom. We all scream for ice cream.
And basically, I'm not healing. Oh, yeah.
Are there
My-
any buffs apart from, like, armor debuff that I'm gonna have to yell about now?
What do you mean yell about?
I mean, you motherfuckers, why is wisdom not up on the boss? Like,
Trauma.
I'm judging light. I'm judging light. I'm not judging
You two are
anything else.
judging wisdom, it's me and Resmi judging light.
I don't give a. We're talking about the instance now. I don't give a shit about the bosses. Bosses, I don't care. Judge whatever you want. Warcraft logs doesn't actually care. So you only judge light, wisdom.
don't you want Warcraft logs to say, like, oh, it was Storm's judge of life?
No, I don't give a shit.
I don't think that's the. I think it should count if you're like the only paladin, because then it is absolutely your healing and you deserve credit for it.
I'm gonna snipe you guys. Like, oh look, stuff. Every cooldown. Let's see how much people are gonna get disappointed with that shit
Oh,
when they notice that they suck.
Masso's a warlock.
Who?
Masters.
Masoi.
Really?
Yeah, here you go. Look. Where are you, Northrema?
I'm flying from fucking Grizzly Hills.
We had to get rid of at least one fucking shaman
This is good.
Then you got another one.
before we start recruiting more, yeah.
And the other,
Like-
your man Sa is actually a really good player, by the way, Tarps. But I don't know
Yeah.
if he's gonna PvP. Or he PvPs, but I don't know if he'll PvE.
He, well, he's joined as a PvEer, but he didn't have any classic logs, so he just linked me, he's the dude that I was saying had like mythic logs on retail, but I was like, I don't know. Sometimes it makes me feel like, how legit is this? How much does this actually mean?
I've done a lot of PvP with him. He knows what he's doing. And if someone's good at PvP, they can figure out PvE.
That's the usual excuse.
I don't know. Have you seen
you
Ram?
knew him before Wrath, did you? Paul?
Sammy, yeah, he's
Oh, okay.
he's Naman's buddy.
Okay. I have no idea who that person is. They've never spoken to me before in my life. I was talking about somebody else.
Oh, look, beefy.
That
Yeah.
is a
Noth just caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror.
paladin. Doing the cute murder pose.
Ooh.
I do have prot gear also. Prot.
Oh,
Let the man
please,
tank.
please let Storm tank.
You don't want.
I'm leaving.
You don't want me tanking. I'll enter and the whole instance just jumps on me. So
That's a good thing, you know.
yeah, sure, if you survive.
You're a paladin. How can you die?
Mm-hmm.
There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Master
There's-
the storm. Storm master.
There's not a will. There's no will there.
There's always
He's
will.
dodging.
Storm mastered. I need to finish that quest. They said that dead travel slow. They didn't joke. Where the fuck are you now?
I was literally flying from Grizzly Hills.
Grizzly.
If you noticed, Northern isn't that small, you know.
Oh look, I've been attacked. I'm glad I grinded this brutal gear. Just literally solo almost any group quest now.
Yeah, it's insane. I was saying earlier that I don't know how the other guys are feeling, but with the Sunwell gear, I sprint into a pack on my mount, gather up like 10 mobs, as many as I can.
Yeah, and nuke it down.
And they die in like 3 seconds or something, and I have like 90% health, 100% mana, and I've got an Art of War proc for an instant cast Flash of Light if anything happens. Like, it's
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
The best part is when Questy's like, the objective is here, and I just run towards it, go around the corner, and it's just like, if anything followed me, it'll die in a moment.
Yeah.
I see that there's that rhino crab guy, elite guy here, and you see the people, they go in, they fucking have a problem, they die, and they ask for a group. You just go inside, and then like you finish them up, and you have 90% health and 90% mana. Yeah, that's gonna be good. I got abused today a bit. There was some fucking dead knight. There was some fucking dead knight who was icy touch spamming my mobs, the ones that I wanted to pull. So I stood on the side, I AFK'd until he pulled like 10 mobs, and then I ran into and pissed over the floor, and they just ninja'd like the 10 mobs he pulled, and then he started, "That's a dick move," and he started spamming with whispers until I ignored him. So that was quite interesting as well.
The best part is in busy places is pulling with Hand of Reckoning, because it's instant cast and lands instantly.
Oh yeah, that's the best spell in the game now. And yeah, you shouldn't really do that if you're PvP flagged and there's 20 alliance. It was interesting that as well.
Are you at the summoning stone?
IR!
Are the people ready?
No, they're not. We will summon and then they're ready. Fuck them. Just move in.
Yeah, we're good to go whenever.
Just summon and kick anyone who
Maybe.
doesn't accept quick enough.
I'm gonna go grab this flight path up in the north, so I can actually come back here fast.
You look amazing as a troll.
Yes,
Thank you.
that was my.
Inspiration.
Yeah.
I think this gear will last until like 75 or 76.
I'm not even looking at fucking items. Dude. Fucking.
I took some holy gear and some prot gear. Everything
Whenever
else is rendered.
Whenever I get a quest,
Upgrade.
quest reward, immediately equip it.
Did you guys get the summon?
Here's the,
Yeah, we got it.
Go
I'm
grab
just
the,
running to the flight path.
yeah, and for the quest.
The only thing I look at
Sure.
quest rewards for is which one of these sells for the most.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Ah, fucking dazed. Oh.
I'm
Did you
near
get the-
73 and I've already earned like 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I got about 1,000 gold today as well. I'm at 33k.
Wow.
You're
I
bankrolling
went-
everyone's DMC greatness then.
Nope. I went to the auction house today and I said, I'm gonna go and try to power level jewel crafting. It shouldn't be that expensive. And then fucking green gems are like 50 gold. Like, what the
Dude.
fuck?
Addy sold. How much do you sell that stack of herbs for? 270 gold. She sold a stack of herbs for.
Yeah, retarded.
Just dump everything you get, guys. Chilled meat, whatever. Just get rid
Yeah.
of it now. And rebuy
Stack
later
of-
at better prices.
Stack of cobalt was like 100 gold. Like, what the fuck?
I'm
That's
inside.
all. You are inside. Don't go out.
That's what she said.
Addy's
I
yelling
asked
at me. No, just stay DPS. We'll try with you DPS first. Right?
Jesus Christ.
Or- Let me set up Pally Pyre here, guys. Might take a couple minutes.
Oh,
Already buffed. Just buff kings on everyone. Let's go.
Oh, kings on every. Okay, I can do that.
Well, that's always the assignment you demand.
Let's go. Good luck.
Oh,
North
West?
Tremar.
Rest, guys.
Wait, let me share something. Here we go, something.
Oh yeah.
Dukman.
You are not eligible,
Yeah.
and you are not eligible.
If you're in Old Kingdom, it's 71 for all those quests. Or possibly 72.
No, you can get 4 quests for this.
There's
I'm gonna pull the one.
Oh, you're in
71
Utgard,
quests.
yeah.
71 quests for
Ooh.
Azrael and
Neat.
Kingdom.
Have vampiric
You have
touch.
sometimes you have the oddest pronunciations, Pulp.
We have double divine stone and we have vampiric touch. We don't need it.
Yeah, sure. And these mobs silence in melee.
It's all good.
Divine Storm is not a spell.
Exactly. We're going good until now.
You just keep an eye on the health pools, Addy.
I'm just spamming every Art of War.
Yeah, but I see Steffa slowly ticking down.
No, he's alive, don't lie.
Ho ho ho.
Definitely going frost when I get some gear. 180.
Oh yeah.
Just
It's a lot
snap
more
trap.
fun, yeah.
Leveling as Frost, and it is huge fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw people saying, I think Storm was the one that said, like, oh, Unholy's really good to level it. I can't imagine not having Howling Blast. It's so fucking good.
No, and hold. I tried also.
Unholy is overpowered.
All is broken.
Yeah, but you got ramp up time. Rust, put diseases up, Howling Blast, everything dies.
I need to try 'em.
I mean, when leveling, you don't even have to use all diseases, it's just Icy Touch.
You get a glyph of a Howling Blast actually. Puts the diseases out. Isn't there a boss down?
Not in normal mode.
Let me loss.
Feed on the wrong. And dispel me. Dispel.
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 He's going in.
They say about your curiosity.
Look, I'm taking, like on twins. I think we have enough DPS for this.
Sure.
Now to finish the job. Down the
Oh look,
Here you go.
healing gear.
Please don't pull. On the right.
No, I'll heal bandage it. What is that? I don't have details on. Okay. This is going fine.
Yeah.
How are you doing sub-tank DPS? Get used to this, guys.
Or DPS, I'm just trying to keep somewhat from healing.
I'm going to make some food. Yeah. See you in a bit.
Yep. See you later.
Later.
Okay. The last time I was here, I was at 70 with no gear.
Did that you bad?
Kill this, right?
Use the item here for the quest, if anyone has it.
Which item was it?
Don't think it was shareable.
Some purple shit, yeah.
Look, the item that quest to question. Oh, great, you got something.
Oh, no. Oh, that was close.
No, he knows he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, sure.
Close one.
He knows what he's doing from all the time walking dungeons we did together, right?
Archer threat.
It's my threat, fuck the threat. Be on the floor. You do this. Then you face down.
It's been very annoying.
The little fuckers?
Yeah.
Okay, slow down. 3 patrol. Keep patrol. Fuck, just lagged out like a donkey.
Oh, I got stunned.
I'm like testing. It's a bit of a slideshow. Oh yes, do everything. Yeah, I want to live forever. Ooh, nice. Are these good?
No.
It was 2 plates stacked.
Welcome.
What? No.
Is there any question? Do we have 2 more? Prisoners of War, Crazy Arza, Arcane Splinter. Where's Arcane Splinter?
You had to loot the big guys.
Fuck, I go back, I come back. Just go loot the cities. Go kill stuff, I'm coming.
We weren't waiting for you.
Please don't wait for me.
It's for your
You guys forgot to kill one big guy.
Permission.
Screw you guys.
There's
it's
one here.
here.
We pulled both. Okay.
Did you kill him? Did you pull one?
Just come to
Yeah.
us.
One anyway. Been listening. Choo choo, here comes the train for the last fucking 5 hours.
What does that mean? Your kid or what?
Yeah. That bloody Blippy. I don't know. Show on YouTube. Like 24/7 on, man. And go insane from that thing. Where is the big guy? You guys go straight inside the room.
That fucking boss, dude.
Now this is the boss we have to jump on, right?
Yeah.
Preserve.
I mean, move, but yeah, jumping is.
There's no truth in it. No, no, no. Only in the taking. I see that now. Stay. Enjoy your final moments. Finish it! Finish it! Kill me or I swear. Never think to Dragon Queen.
Oh look!
Did it.
Life,
Wow,
fire,
grats, Adi.
preserve me.
Got all the questions. That was really hard, guys.
Art of War kinda good. I think Noth could probably solo this.
Most probably. I think we could
Healing
after
done.
Where we going?
I was
Number
second. Wow.
Who's first?
Wait.
Who's first? Who's
You,
first?
You're first.
Of course I'm first. I'm
How
always
much
first.
that
Why the fuck are you even asking?
46% Judgment of Life.
Why are you even asking? I'm always first, man. Now this is stupid excuses that you guys. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
Well, during this.
My Hassan is a cooldown. It took
Mine
too longer
also.
to get here than finish the instance.
Where are we going here? This is good.
You guys done it, guard, I guess, right?
Nope.
Nope.
We're building up all the. Well, we're finishing that zone, but trying to get the quest for that place as well.
I can come.
If you want to go with guard, I can go also. I have another half an hour or so. I can all new guys on the healing meters again.
Excuse me.
You guys are gonna have to slide there. There is no flight path.
Noth, I can slide in and tank for them if you want, because you're much higher level, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. I'll get nothing from there. I'm
Yo,
trying to
this,
finish Grizzly Hills. It takes
there are
forever.
way more people here than there are in fucking Island Fjord.
Yeah. Kind of crowded. That's why I wanted to start with HF, and then people said, no, HF is gonna be
Oh,
crowded.
well,
and blah,
last
blah,
night
blah."
it was crazy, actually. You couldn't do
Good day to
the
you.
starting hub.
Oh shit, it's like 40k per quest here. Not bad.
You can't fly anywhere from here. Ugh.
Oh look, this
Have
this
a good one.
this is actually not a bad cloak.
Yeah.
Mech.
Better than the gladiator one.
Where the other guard keep quests, Saza, do you know? Oh, it's just
Two.
inside?
Yeah, the 2 inside and then 1 outside at the end of
Perfect, yeah,
the
perfect.
chain.
Okay, well, we're good to go then. Inadi.
Oh, we're going again?
Good card, if you're up for it.
I'll be sure. Someone? Well,
Yeah, so. Yeah, but Stefan, this is better. It has more attack power, it has 30 haste. But you need crit and ARP, right? So for me, ARP is useless.
He needs whatever. The strength.
Imagine replacing your Sunwell gear in fucking...
Arps, I'm gonna link you the best DPS neck for dual wield Unholy Death Knights.
Dual wield unholy death knight. Like, what the fuck is
It's
that?
gonna be like of the bear or something.
No, shadow shit for sure. Link it on guild.
Yeah, well, just give me a sec.
Are we getting summons or are you guys slow again?
Yeah, no,
What the
we're
hell?
playing right
What
now.
the hell, guys? Really?
I had to wait for Noth to fly from Grizzly Hill.
Why am I a leader of this?
What would you ask of death?
somebody kick Storm.
Embrace the
Leader with the
What is this, Noth?
defense parry shield block. Like, why?
Do you know why?
Why?
Because
Because
it
it-
has the most strength and the socket. It's better like 7 to 10 DPS, but you know,
an upgrade.
it's base.
Poach some fucking physical DPS loot. Or are you that desperate for defense and stab?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not needing on anything without defense on start. There's really no need, and you don't really need that much gear to do decent DPS, so it'll be fine.
But your tank.
Yeah, I meant when I'm not tanking. When I don't know if there will be an opportunity when I'm not tanking, but still.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're planning to swap stuff around, right? See how
Yeah,
it
yeah.
goes. I feel like Prot Warrior is going to be really good in the first, in tier 7.
Death knight. Uncomparable.
Good, we have both.
Death knight's like gonna be the king simply because of self healing and shit.
No, dude. Prot Warrior is charging all over the place, speed pulling in Nax. That's
For
gonna be
speed
the
billing,
fucking-
yeah. It's a different perspective. Oh look, all the blues that I got now, I just sold. What? How much enchanting do you need for disenchanting this shit? 300 is enough?
350.
350 is shit. Oh well, that's getting 100 as well.
So, Eddie Hearth to the right spot and then for some reason decided to fly to somewhere else.
You guys are so fast with summons, I could have ran to there. Like, what the hell?
She's accidentally flown to Venom's pipe.
It's good.
That's
She just said, "Oh, I don't know where I'm going. I just clicked it."
That's okay.
Fucking moron.
Happen.
Wow.
The best.
Disconnect.
Also, everyone disconnected.
Yeah.
Position in
Yay.
Q2. I think the whole server disconnected.
Undercity didn't.
Did everyone else in the guild just disconnect, Stefan?
Yeah. Everybody
that's-
was in Northrend.
Yeah, that's the world server down.
Fucking. Gonna reconnect with Eddie at the start of the flight again.
Okay, not everybody. But most of the folks. Connecting.
I can't log in.
I mean,
Do you guys log in?
Yeah, we're in.
Just
You
logging
stop.
into game server and that's it. Just stop.
It's only you 5 guys plus Stara who disconnected.
Of course,
Jesus.
Stara.
even Frostwave is expensive as fuck.
Everything's expensive, and I'm not touching the auction house until I'm 80.
Selling.
Okay. Adi, still somewhere else. What the hell?
What do you require?
Oh, look, I can send the Corium log boxes to my rogue that I boosted. He has max.
Really? You get max lockpicking.
Yep. Boosting a rogue.
You should. Hey, Azza, you're gonna have to change that power, buddy. I'm kings.
What
Herb's
did you assign?
kings.
Grab a drink while you fly to the wrong place.
Yeah. Take your time.
Good choice.
They was so fucked up at work, man. I hate when they interrupt me like they interrupted me today. It's like, interrupt me for 2 hours in one shot, that's fine, but come every 20 minutes. Like, I just make that perfect pull and they come in. Like, what the fuck? And you just die and then you have to corpse run all the way back.
Yeah, I hate it when I get interrupted while playing at work.
Yeah.
The worst.
Worst shit ever. Tomorrow I'm gonna lock the doors, man.
Stop bragging.
Not brag. Mastering the storm.
Stefan, it's called humble brag.
Look, storm mastered, you see?
Oh. You need the thicky toffee pudding.
Love me dates. What does that mean?
Love me dates. It's sticky toffee pudding.
Why would you have dates in sticky? Oh well, yeah.
That's what
you
that's what it's made of, mate.
Sultanas? No?
It's
Am I okay? I didn't know it was dates, as in I thought it was sultana, like a sultana type. Fair enough.
consisting of moist sponge cake made with finely chopped dates. Oh, pulp.
I don't.
You don't even know what
make
you're
them.
putting into your own body.
Marks and Spencer's tells me that it's nice, so I eat it.
Who trusts a supermarket?
An English supermarket as well.
Didn't have Pulp down as a posh lad.
Really? Is that a joke, Asa?
He's always serious.
Always.
And they also said that he changed his opinion of me when he learned that I went to Marks and Spencer's.
Who said that?
Asa.
What? You're a classic Marks and Spencer's guy.
I know that, but apparently it doesn't come across.
I don't know if your particular accents are posh Irish or common as muck.
Harps, how do people from Dublin normally speak?
People from you know, Addy the other day said your accent is very strong, and I said, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, that's what Elsa said, and I'm like, in Ireland, my accent isn't strong at all.
Yeah.
I can understand you, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, people from Dublin aren't that bad anyway. It's more the countryside, which is.
Well, I'm from North County Dublin, in the country, so.
Come on.
Near the Meath border, so.
I still just have PTSD of phone calls with Monaghan farmers that live like 30 miles away from me, and I can't understand the word that they're saying.
Yeah, Tarps, like, you're more town accent, right? Even more of a...
Where are the quests here?
Inside.
Yeah, we'll go like this.
Like, you wouldn't have a typical...
Oh, well,
like, obviously Tyrone is different than Monaghan, but it's not strong, like, in comparison to a Monaghan or Cavan. A Cavan accent is, like, different level.
But I grew up playing games online, you know, so English guys, tons of Americans I used to play with, and, you know, I probably spent more time with them than any fucking real life friend, so...
there you go.
The way that I talk, you know, yeah.
I am listening.
Probably Ganjor I've known since I was 11 years old. Oh, I'm summoning you, Steffa. What the fuck?
Okay.
We can go with 4 DPS and smaller pools.
Reconnect.
Hey, Steffa. Steffa. Steph.
Stop it.
Yeah.
What aura are you using? I think I'll use retribution.
I'm on red.
Okay, I'll use concentration.
Piece of shit. Check Pally Power before you change assignments.
No.
Motherfucker.
Supposed to use okay, devotion, whatever.
It's not logging me back in now. I'm just stuck in a loading screen. Oh,
We'll get there.
but yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that the typical person here speaks like this, Paul.
I'm just surprised with Addie thinking that, because she's obviously, like, I don't know where she work. Like, does she work north of the border or south?
Yeah, all here. She works from home.
Oh, okay.
And for like Virgin Media call center for the UK. So, do you get Irish customers as well, or just Brits? Northern Irish mostly.
Yeah, the Vodafone for Ireland, I think, is in India. It usually goes to India.
What were you saying, Addy? Did you not say that there's Philippines? These guys have a ton of people working there on the same call center, same lines and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Struck me as an odd choice, but I guess they also have like a lot of English speakers there from American past.
Colonization.
Yeah, I don't know how well that's stuck or not.
I think English is their primary, well, one of their main languages. I'd say primary, but rugby large. I know a few Filipinos, and obviously in the health service there's tons of them, right?
Yeah. I know my brother's girlfriend is Filipina. And I think English is like her fourth language or some shit. Yeah. And I always thought like, well, the Philippines, so they speak Spanish, right? Nope. Also not Spanish, just like local languages that I've never heard tell of, you know.
Ninjaing my recall weapons.
Yes, your weapons.
All mine.
As you're not really taking damage here, man. I think you can just go for it.
The problem is these ones stun.
Okay, fair enough.
Are you learning from Resmi, are you?
I was tanking this for like 5 hours last night.
Oh.
Are you dungeon grinding?
Just sort of joining groups fairly regularly, but because like Top said, the first hour like you couldn't do anything, but so I ground for a bit and then sort of half back to sell shit and just noticed that there was just no one fucking there anymore.
Tarps is just ninjaing the weapons while we're killing shit here. Seriously.
As it should be.
This is Shadow Labs strats.
And the free elixirs are nice too.
Yeah, that was as soon as I heard though you get like pets and mounts and those things, I was like, dungeon grind away.
Did it stop you from looting? The cast protection.
I wanted to give you one.
Okay, thank you. That actually worked like before.
I think there's enough weapons for them.
No, you don't understand.
Sorry.
You want the first weapon.
Oh.
The other ones are not relevant.
It's still one of my fondest memories in the game is Hark going to loot like his last one in Shadow Labs, and I DI'd him, and he didn't know what was happening. He got really angry, like, you fucking bastard.
And
There's a lot of those quest items. I think you can get a full group the items, right?
I think if 5 people are doing it, they need to wait for respawns. But I don't know. I remember.
In my first group last night, we were all on it. There's enough for everyone.
We were in Murmur's room, and he was right in front of his last fucking one. I think he realized that it was DI, and he looked over the buff, but he didn't realize you could cancel it. So he's just like yelling at me. I have to wait here for 5 minutes.
it's classic Hulk. Are we gonna do this? You need to do it on heroic, right? And you get the Hulk.
Yes.
Evos. Right, lads. Well, I'm out of here.
You still need to kill England.
I'll do that at level 80.
You might actually have to go healing, Addy, because there's a lot of group damage from the mobs from now on.
Man, it's Judgment of Light.
We'll actually pay attention here. It'll be okay.
It's this guy, the Rune Slayer, when he casts the fire rune,
So
it causes the person to
new-
radiate damage. So you need to interrupt or stun it.
We just top people up before we
can
go in, and
dispel it
it'll be
as well.
fine.
You can't get anything for the spelling. Yeah, let's go. I got DP.
PP.
P.
Can you stand on top of us, Addy? Adds spawn, so it just makes my life easier.
New technique, Addy, is just run to the consecrate. It's crazy overpowered. You just run after him, stand on his consecration, and after 2 ticks, you won't have aggro.
Oh, look, cobalt deposit.
Mine.
Oh, oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
No.
Fuck you, man. Do it.
Yeah, I win. Somebody mine that for me and trade it to me, please.
Almost,
No.
almost.
Do you remember the bunny meme that I asked you to do the emote? No.
No.
Huh?
The bugs meme, where he says no.
Oh yeah, sure. You demanded I. Does anybody know who Peace Flyer is?
Who?
What?
That guy who just logged in, Peace Flyer.
Yes, he's
He's a peaceful flower.
He's who?
Yeah, his 2 guild notes are just.
Might
There's someone.
storm then.
Probably Moki. Oh no, she's online.
He bailed.
Locked off.
Someone
Who's
else?
gonna log in now? That's the question.
Oh, nice. Golden.
Kind of like a tax only.
Huh?
He didn't cast his rune now.
I stunned him.
And I silenced him. Yeah, bro.
Such a pro team.
Choo choo. I'm choosing my polyrat on this. Oh, look.
I assume we're taking it in turns, definitely.
Not sure.
Kurt Russell logged in.
Who's that?
Dagobah.
Must have the nerve to join my attack.
Okay.
Don't assess this. Just jump into the fray.
We'll see who will sign up for 8.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's get set.
No idea.
I knew
The
you
problem is I don't even know people's mains names.
Well, I think about half.
Kurt Russell.
I think about half the guild is friends of Dagobah at the moment.
Yeah.
How do you classify yourself as a good guild leader?
What do you mean?
Like,
We're interviewing you.
I get the
Like-
job done.
What is your greatest weak?
Listen, it's not
knowing
clean.
people's names.
It's not. It's not clean. But I get the job done. I was saying earlier, I was ranting earlier about that rogue. I never finished the story. Guy was applying, right? Another guy with like retail mythic experience or whatever. And he had no logs, and I'm sort of like, yeah, okay, listen, I'm willing to take you on as a trial, and we'll give it a couple raids and see how it goes. And then he asked me, like, he started asking me like 20 different questions. Like after I had told him I'll send him the invite.
You usually don't ask, do you have any questions?
No, I don't give a fuck if they. What question?
The caliber of players that applied here.
Good job.
I mean, what is there to know about us? I put everything in the ad. No, but this guy's questions were very specific. I thought it was very interesting. He asked me.
What's the size of your?
No, not that specific.
Weapon.
Let me find this so I can get the wording right. Post this in guild.
He got you there.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I can understand that concern. Some people would have that concern from previous guilds. So.
I told him my girlfriend plays, but she definitely doesn't have any say in decision making or anything.
Maybe he doesn't realize how you treat her. So
Yeah, well, that's what Lau was saying. Like, he doesn't know you treat her worse than like the average guildie. He's like.
Did he know that we rolled for loot? Maybe he was afraid of a loot council.
Actually, this was another thing later. Like, how well did you read the fucking ads that you replied to, guy? Because later he said, like, when I explained I'm the only officer, there's nobody else. There's no.
That's not true now. I would say not as an officer and as Xavius.
No,
not. You're out of your mind.
No, Jesus. No.
Why me of all people? Hark's the one who's actually an officer, like
Just
or
'cause
had
you
the rank on the
learn
old.
doesn't mean.
But he's not respected, you know. It's a different thing, you know.
Look, there was a point. I think it was a while ago. Someone just said they needed an officer because they wanted something from the guild bank, and we were looking at the list of who it is, and everyone online at the time went, "Fucking Hark."
See, the thing is, he's trusted because he doesn't know he has the power.
Hark doesn't actually know he's an officer.
Hark's not an officer in this, is he?
He was on Netherguard Keep. I don't think
He was on the
anyone
because he was a finder. But see, the thing was, when we made the guild, we sort of were like, we're gonna be so chill. I didn't even know if we were gonna get a caravan going or anything, you know. And we decided we were gonna do it, so we weren't gonna have we were gonna have like all of the founding guys that we were setting the guild up with. We were just gonna be like Knights of the Round Table style. Nobody's in charge. Everybody makes a joint decision, discuss stuff like grown-ups.
And then it took you about a week to realise that doesn't fucking work.
Well, just nobody contributed anything. They all just like, you ask them a question about what days should we raid, guys? Does anybody have any preferences? And Ganjor is the only person to reply. So they had like a symbolic officer rank, you know, like Punk. Punk never contributed any officer stuff or anything, but he still had that rank and was still. He would only ever type in the officer Discord as well. He would never type anywhere else. Doesn't like you guys, I guess. Like every
he
fucking
typed
raid.
in the tank channel occasionally.
I just mean
He'd whisper me, like.
he would come and sign out for his raids in the officer Discord. Like, hey guys, can't show up tonight. And this would be like every other week because the attendance was so terrible. But yeah, we didn't really have officers, but Ganjor took care of the recruitment stuff in BC. But everything else I did. But it wasn't much. Like, it's really chill, to be honest. Running the 40-man was way worse.
Are we gonna do greed and need, and maybe have one or two items that only require it to be kind of class specific?
I don't know, man. I wish I could just. I mean, I was thinking today actually while I was at work. I would like to just have it set to grip loot and not even have to master loot stuff, and just trust people. But then instantly, what was that Sunwell raid where DKs just decided they wanted a caster trinket? What?
Well, I think there's. I was thinking about that. So I don't. If I may ask Tarps about loot.
Yeah, sure.
Because I think there's some. I don't really need an answer, but there's some questions that probably just need typing up somewhere. But I think it needs to be master loot because it's stuff like. I don't know where I'm going.
We're following you, dude.
I'm trying to get away.
I'll explain where you're going. Okay?
No, sorry, I meant physically in game. But no, what I want, it's stuff like, you know, can you only greed for the thing that you actually have as your second spec. Like, if you are dual spec, does that count for something? And the stuff where, like, you've asked certain guildies, like Addy, to specifically have a second spec as part of their raiding role, do they have higher priority, therefore, on their off-spec pieces?
I know what you mean. You've lived us back around, by the way, to fucking Utgard again. I'm gonna heart out of here. 30-second cooldown. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Azza, because I've thought about it before. And I've spoken to some people before and asked what they thought, because for me the issue is more like what you're saying. There's going to be some people whose rules, like Addy, is specifically going to be Shadow Disc, you know, and depending on the content, that's going to change whether I expect her to be healing or DPSing. It's not really going to affect her gear much because, you know, it transfers across. Same for Core Tark, you should be able to keep the same gear generally, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how much we'll need off spec healers and stuff, but like for example, stockies would need a totally different set. And I have thought, like, do I just let those people just roll need on both sets? You know, that would be my simplest solution.
I would argue that's the unfairest solution.
Well, for the guild, it's probably the best.
It depends on how their gear lines up, because is there much difference in shaming gear between elemental and?
From
No.
Ellie would be fine. I'm talking about enhancement. Stoggy's going to play
Oh,
enhanced.
okay. Well,
The other two would be perfect. They can wear the one set of gear. It's no problem.
I think that there's a very low chance that Stuckies is going to be healing in general, right? It's
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like
desperate
for
mode.
most everyone, it's totally fine, and we've got tank options anyway. And the good thing about the tank options are, we got 2 plate guys, so that's sorted. And then we'll also have like Jalan as an option, and he doesn't need another set of gear, I think, right? Basically, you just wear a lot of the same shit. At least for off tanking. I don't know about main.
Well,
tanking
yeah,
stuff.
he's going to probably be in PvP for a lot of tanking. Yeah, a lot of PvP is best in slot in the later phases. So.
Look, I'm not super interested in loot at any point, to be honest, as it. But my only point of view about it was, how do I optimize? Just from a point of optimizing the raids, how do I make it so that this person can actually, Adi can shadow DPS, and then when she swaps the heal, she's not totally shit. But I don't think that's going to be an issue for most hybrids, you know, because Bellpire just makes it sort of work.
The one
I
thing
think for Adi is like messed up because I don't know how good haste is for Shadow
Yeah,
Pistol. I
well,
would
we
assume it's
discussed
good.
that haste is going to be the issue, but that's such a minor thing, you know.
It won't matter much.
I would say to her in that case, prio the disc gear, you know, prio the healing gear, and if you're DPSing 5% less because you've got suboptimal gear, it's whatever. But at least then, when you need to go disc for some hard mode or something, you've got the best set possible. But
Yeah, we never need a Shadow Priest. We at certain bosses we need Disco Priest.
Well, I mean, that's just the sort of thing. I'm honestly happy, whatever. There's other reasons I'm in the guild beyond loot, but like, I guess that's just the sort of thing. It needs to be made super clear, because like, there will be points when people are like, I guess in Addy's case in particular, it mostly won't matter until the point where it's like one of those fucking biz trinkets that every caster is going to drool over.
well, Addy's not going to give a fuck about DPS gear. She'll be looking at like healing gear, you know.
One thing I would say,
Vortark would be looking at DPS gear.
Some of it is obvious, but it needs to probably be put down because.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
It's
like,
it's
for example,
it's stuff like, sorry, I was just gonna say on like tier tokens. I guess it's just what you say I'll deal with, but like personally, I'd rather, like, if it comes to the point where we're rolling off spec, and like I have an off spec that I use, and it's like there's someone who's just like, oh, I just want to fill out a gear set, and it's like, I know that's not what you dual spec to.
Yeah,
it just feels
I mean, but here's the thing, though. I mean, everybody's going to have dual spec, and you know, it's just literally an off spec thing. As a, you know, if it's not needed in the raid, which I'm not planning and hoping to swap around tank and healing setup too much. Like the idea is to keep it very, very stable as it can be. As long as the storm guy decides to show up to raids and everything will be good.
I was showing up quite well.
I've got your attendance numbers, mate.
They're not that bad.
They're pretty poor. But yeah.
Storm sounded like Mogi for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
On what you're getting at, I'm not gonna prio anybody's off spec if they're not doing it in the raids, you know. It'll just be I can't tell some guy like, yeah, your off spec is worth less because Azza does his off spec a bit more outside of raids. You know, that's not the kind of thing I can say to anybody.
What do you require?
Without picking somebody off. I'm going up to the Winter If it's something that's needed in raids, that's different. Again, most of the hybrids, I don't think it's going to be needed. The 2 tanks, Stefa and Noth, will be wearing plate gear, and then after that, the off-spec stuff for that will rain down on anybody that wants it.
Well, the good thing is he wants items with block and block rating, block value, and I want to avoid those. And there's a little bit of overlap on our gear, but most of it's pretty clear who gets it.
Yeah.
So on the tank side, it's really not an issue. Most likely when we get all the gear we need, like a specific items or shit like that, it's an issue when somebody else wants it. Like maybe some of the Death Knights or Retribution Paladins.
Sure. But like here, for example, as a even if I am in a position where I can see, like, oh yeah, Azza plays his prod all the time, he does pugs and everything. I don't know. It's never been the kind of thing that I would do where I would tell somebody like, yeah, I'm prioing that because he uses it better or uses it more or something, you know. I'd rather not talk about loot to be.
I don't think it's even using it more. It's just if we're in a world of dual spec, it's like surely green is the thing you have your dual spec has. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, but everybody,
I said, it's
everybody
just
will
about...
say that, you know, like that's their dual. Like Ethy will be fucking rolling for 4 specs or whatever, and 5 his boomkin tank spec, and he'll just in his head those are his off specs. And if I tell him that that's stupid and can't do that, then I'll probably receive a big essay on Discord about it, you know.
That is no, but like I said, it's more about it. Just sort of people just need to be aware, like what's going to happen before it happens. Because I can see a bunch of people being like, "Why is these people? Why is their off spec more?" And it's like the answer is obvious. It's because their off spec is what's used in raids.
Yeah,
it's just carrying people in.
Yeah, well, to me, it's like self-explanatory, but I get what you're saying. It needs to be written down. I'll do a post about it or whatever.
As someone who works in like internal communications for a massive organization, nothing's ever fucking obvious.
Yeah.
Another one would be if you don't want the item and you've won it, you have to give it to the second person. You can't give it
to whoever you want.
That was always the rule. I never accepted anybody saying, "Oh, I rolled on this. I'm just going to give it to my friend."
Yeah.
That's not something you're allowed to do.
Another rule that really kind of is obvious, but loot campaigning and going on about loot to get items will make me leave the guild because it drives me fucking insane. And that's
what do you mean?
Some people will what they'll do is that I was on our loot count. I was on a loot count like 2 years, and people would always go on, I need this item to be good, but they'll do it in subtle ways. Oh, this blah blah blah, I dreamed about this item, I want this item, blah blah blah, and they'll just constantly keep going on about it until they either get the item expecting someone else to pass for them, or expecting someone to give it to them, or...
It has no effect in the skill though, right? I mean,
nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, Storm bitches about every fucking item that's on a loot table, but nobody cares. Nobody listens to it.
I'm a meme, but look, there's a difference. I'm memeing, I'm trolling, right? But there is some people who are really taking it serious, you know?
Exactly. Storm, I don't think you were campaigning or anything, but I think
Definitely
there can
was
be
campaigning.
I
there
always,
can be cases of it.
Now he's memeing.
I'm always memeing. I'm a meme. That's what I live for.
With the mace.
Just give it to me.
No, I mean, I find that stuff obnoxious pulp. I say this 50 times. I don't like talking about loot to begin with. I don't even know what was on the loot table in Sunwell that I needed. You know, going in, people had to tell me like, oh, you can swap that piece of plate for your best torps. But I don't know. I'm not gonna. You've got people that just care too much about it. In my opinion, care too much about it. But if they want to be talkative about it, you know, there's obviously a line where being too obnoxious is like that's not about loot. It's just being obnoxious, you know. For me, anyway.
We'll have a therapy session for this. Intervention.
So far, I've only had an issue with one person, and that person left of their own volition because of loot. So.
Oh my, who might that be?
Yeah.
Was it a rogue?
It was.
It's always a rogue.
Or a wannabe rogue?
But I mean, generally, it's actually worked amazingly well how chill people have been about it and everything. I was just talking to Lau the other day while I was leveling this DK, and just explaining like, because I mentioned the recipes shit in Sunwell, right? Because that annoyed me a little bit. Just because it's silly. Like, we're not doing Sunwell for loot. We're doing it to hang out again before Wrath, and you know, make sure everybody's on the same page going forward, get people active again and everything. But I spoke to him, and he was saying like they've had their worst loot drama in the entire period he's been with the guild. The worst loot drama has been in the pre-patch. People have gone fucking insane for like
pre-patch.
Ults,
Really?
yeah. People have gone insane. I need to gear this character. I'm swapping to this character. No, this is my ult spec. You can't take gear on your new character over my off spec. All sorts of shit. They've had guys leaving the guild because their friends weren't getting loot, stuff like that.
On pre-patch.
Somebody left their guild
Jesus.
the day before yesterday over this. I said to him, if somebody does that, they're probably going to leave anyway, right? Like, they're obviously not very committed to it, but it was still like I don't know, what wrong with somebody's head to, you know, take that approach to the game, but...
Good night.
Night, Raceway.
Night, dude.
Night.
That's mental. Really.
If I don't get that sword from Kel to Zed, I'm going to leave the Kel.
But you know not. I mean,
I started.
The way that you would roll on an item, and then you would see who was like second or whatever, and then you would ask them, hey, how bad do you actually need this? What was your other item? Is this going to get you 4-piece tier? You passed on like multiple items because of that stuff, you know? But
Yeah,
that's
because
obviously
that was a
not the way
booking.
that but that's not the way everybody approaches the game, you know?
No, I also look at
People
who's the
take it
second.
so seriously.
I look also who's the second one, and then I make fun of him because
Yeah.
he lost the fucking role.
Fuck off.
I just remember seeing like when DST dropped the one time, Hark won it, and I was annoyed for a little bit, and then I saw the Cleaver was second, and I was like, okay, actually, that's not
That's not the
not
way.
too bad. Yeah.
Waste.
Probably on the hybrid gear, dudes. If I think about it, I can't really think of anybody that would actually need priority gearing on their off spec. So just off the top of my head, I would just say we'll just do main spec, off spec, need greed like before.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
With a little bit of fine
I can't
tuning.
think of any examples apart from Noth and Staffa, basically, who would be maybe DPSing in downtime or whatever. And like in tier 7 you only need 1 tank for half the stuff like that.
But we'll arrange that between ourselves, so we're not even in the equation.
Sure, but well, you're talking about the tank gear arranging between yourselves. I'm talking about like the overlap with DPS gear, so you're not just useless when you're DPSing. I guess it doesn't matter much.
Yeah, but
no.
I'll pass on every single DPS item because I'll mostly be tanking like 90% of the time, so it's basically Stefan.
Anyway, for me, that stuff isn't an issue, you know. But I know it's an issue for some people, so
but
I sort something. At least put the rules in writing so people know what's up before we get into raids and people start fucking crying.
I think it'll happen naturally. You get so much more loot, like loot parade, and it's so much easier to get loot in Wrath. And there's not much or any difference between items that have the same item level.
Well, this is another thing, is we're going to have to talk to people and explain that, you know, you can't just follow your BIS list and not roll on stuff that's like 0.1% less efficient or whatever, because...
Oh, you mean like the stuff from Market?
Yeah, exactly like the stuff. Exactly like that.
Aisha, don't worry. Anything that people are not gonna need on, I'm gonna just take it.
Yeah, of course.
There will be no wasted loot.
Did you do that?
I don't think anyone.
Hmm?
I don't think anyone in this, like you're talking to right now, is like bothered. I think we'd be happy with whatever. Yeah, my only advice is just stick it in writing before someone complains during a raid.
No, that's very true. I in TBC I usually had a policy of I'll try not to talk about anything, and then
you know, let it run its course, right?
I'll just dodge any confrontations that start like somebody, hey Tarps, I really need to talk to you about loot. Oh yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. Maybe I'll catch you sometime then.
Did people actually do that?
No, well, Cleaver did before we. Oh. This rogue that we were talking about was the biggest loot whore I've ever seen in the game, ever.
Don't insult me, man.
No, you're a meme campaigner for loot. A campaigner. Cleaver was. We were doing progression pulp in tier 5, so we were prioing Tempest Keep before Vash. And
which makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, we just thought
for the man.
Who's that? Taco? Taco's saying he'll come back if he gets loot prio on everything.
Of course.
All specs. No, this did. Yeah, we had 2 raid nights pulp, and we were in progression, so we thought we'll go Tempest Keep. We've got enough loot or whatever, so we go Tempest Keep on the Thursday, and then we have all of Sunday on Kilthas, right? And it basically worked because like a week after we got the kill, I think, after we started doing that, something like that. And the first night of Vash, I think, proper, we got the kill on her. But this dude, his sword drops from Morrigram, so every week, every raid, he was telling me that we shouldn't be going TK. That we should go 8 out of 10 first and then go progression instead of prioing progression.
Or all the items we need when we wipe to one-shot stuff.
And then he was berating Stefan because he took his second, the first.
Stefan won the sword and he quit like a week later.
Yeah. What?
You won the sword off of Morrigram the first time it dropped, and that's what made Cleaver quit.
And then it dropped the next time.
I think.
Yeah, it dropped the week. Yeah, he wasn't there because he quit.
It was something on the actual day that he quit or something.
Oh yeah, he did whisper me
Tarps.
about something that it
but man,
tried to reason
he was
with him.
whispering Hark every raid about stuff. Not even loot that he was competing with Hark for, but like he was campaigning for Ui Garkai to get loot. Like,
yeah, something like that.
How can Hark take this fucking loot from Ui who deserves it more? I've never seen a worse player in my life.
No, he was such a good player. You get him and he dies on pull, and then he doesn't pull you the whole raid.
He was also
was a great player, the 15% of the raids he turned up to.
Well, he wasn't even like... I don't know. But he was also rudely like whispering people about. I think he was like angry at Hark that Hark took an item, and said that Tunda deserves that item way more than Hark. Like,
Something
I'll
like
disagree, but it's still
but,
rude.
but it's just like, why are you talking about this? First of all, for somebody else. It's none of your fucking business. You know.
that. Yeah, he
And
was the
second of
only
all,
one. Yeah, go.
Yeah, he had a huge hard-on from Stefan.
Stefan
What?
I have to call his look.
Yeah, he kept like before he quit.
But the
he kept
Stefan one was
whispering
hilarious,
again.
man, because that was a mistake. He thought Stefan took a trinket that he didn't need. He thought that you took the trinket from, is it Leonidas in
Did it?
SSC?
Well, don't remember.
Talisman.
Well, you did
Talisman.
take it. You did Tsunami.
Yeah, yeah.
Tsunami Talisman.
But he thought that before that you didn't need it because you had the trinket from Solarian.
Uh-huh.
And it was cute murder he was thinking of.
That's true, but I think what triggered him before is me taking the leather gloves.
Yeah, and then replacing them with plate gloves like 2 raids after or some shit like
Something
that.
like that. Yeah. That was.
Oh, you took the leather gloves and teak in first boss
Yeah.
with the expertise on them.
Those are biz, for me at least.
No, for warriors,
Bracers.
close.
Bracers.
The bracers. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Bracers.
But
Oh,
the
it's the
tarps,
gloves.
you wanna level engineering, you come to this field where I am with all this fucking mechanics and you just scrap the mechanic. Just got 6 handful of cobalt bolts and I don't know, volatile shit and stuff, which costs like, if you're gonna do it, like 300 gold worth at the moment. Quite interesting. I'm gonna spend some time here, and people are killing to just go after them and just loot after them, like skinning, you know. Quite nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna level and then I'll take care of all the other shit.
I think I'm gonna visit the auction house later anyway.
And the other thing you don't understand, the new people don't maybe understand the vibe is kind of more chill, and you know they could be. You're better off finding out what they're like early.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, everyone that, I mean, most of the people that have hopped in, to be honest, have just been other people's friends.
I don't think we had a problematic recruit in the last, what? At least from tier 5 onwards.
What was the day after Storm joined?
All went
If you knew how we joined, it was interesting. Trying to trick Tarps because he had Punk and he didn't want Stefa. Then we said, no, Stefa will not trade ever.
But in fairness, 2 Proud Warriors was the biggest mistake of my life. But yeah, I don't know.
Played out.
And now you love me.
I always loved you, Stefa, but and like as he said, thank God you were there because otherwise we wouldn't have a tank with the fucking missing Prod Paladin issue plus the Punk's attendance shit.
Yeah.
Well, we have /BB and we have Stara coming back, so it'll be interesting as well. Slash doesn't burn out.
I have high hopes for Stara, attending every raid, signing up early on time without me having to DM him.
Look, /BB is gonna be there until he burns out. When he burns out, then that's it. But until he burns out, you're gonna probably see him on almost every raid.
Okay.
I don't think.
Not said he's not going to make it through all of Wrath.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have a bet, and I'm somewhere through mid Uldor at most. And this is if we're lucky. This is if we're lucky. I hope you will finish leveling at least. So that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I've said before, Pulp, that I would rather have like there's probably some bogus private server out there with the kind of game that I want, where you don't even like get loot, and character progression is just done like maybe you kill a boss for the first time in progression, and your stats get like a 1% boost or something.
You need the circle of.
I know, but it just causes so many issues. I really don't like that part of the game. I like when my character gets more powerful, you know, and I like, oh, that's a shiny new item, but some people take it so far. The zip thing we're talking about, where he's just unhealthily obsessed with
Oh Jesus,
business and everything, you know.
But for some people, the reason they can't do good DPS is because of loot, and then some people it's completion, and then some people are power level spike. They want to feel power spike or whatever, and so different people have reasons.
You know, the way they try to
people don't
fix it.
realize that even if you get a 20% upgrade on your item, it's not going to increase your DPS by that much, unless it's a trinket or something that crucial, like a new weapon or something like that. But even that gets really, the curve gets, it's really flat in Vrat when it gets to power progression. It gets really steep early on, and then it really flattens out because everything is in item levels.
Yep.
Unless you get a legendary or I don't know, something like that.
Even legendaries, they're not that. I mean, okay, Paranir is good until like Trial of the Grand Crusader heroic shit, but then it gets almost equal with all the other loot. So yeah, I don't. Even the legendaries are not that wow, which is fine. I mean, it will add value, but it will not be like a game-breaking advantage.
I know that, you know that, but people don't realize that. People think when they get an upgrade, it's like, oh, my character is going to.
The Cleaver thing, dude. That was like the. I can't do DPS until I get a main hand.
Yeah, but look, it's still better than what's happening on retail with personal loot. I mean, they were supposed to fix it.
Please don't go.
You get the piece of loot, and then you get 17 whispers consistently abusing you. Pass me the loot. Pass me the loot. You're not the one who's entitled to this shit. Pass me the loot. No, it's so fucking retarded.
What was I gonna say? There was a guy back in the day, back when I was on Nost, and I wasn't even Guildmaster yet. I was like a Fury class leader. And I had like a really fucking good squad of Furies. It was by far like the best class in the game, in the guild for us, you know, like performance-wise and everything. Like everybody else was super slack. These guys were all world buffs, all consumes all the time. And,
Getting the guild.
Yeah, absolutely carrying, and then getting annoyed at everybody else, rightly getting annoyed. Like, why the fuck is a hunter getting X item when he's doing like 500 DPS and crying that his pet's not getting buffed, you know, like when I'm fucking going and getting tribute buff and Songflyer and everything. But there was one dude, I did like a survey out of all the Furies and just asked them a bunch of different questions, like stuff, just to get a feel on stuff like, how do you think the guild's being managed, what could be improved, is there anything you don't like, how can you improve as a player, what do you think the guild needs to do to improve raids, you know, all that sort of stuff. And I got like mostly okay answers. I also asked them all to like give me video gameplay, and none of them did, which kind of annoyed me. Because I really wanted to, but like one of them was super like protective, like I was trying to steal his secrets or something, like because we were so competitive. It was like the hyper competitive class in the guild, and he was like, I'm gonna steal his fucking like strats or something, you know.
You're gonna see what I'm doing.
I was like, I'll send you my VOD right now. It's on Twitch. Just go check. But he never sent anything. But this other dude said he was the worst performing guy in the guild by far, like out of all the Furies. And his response when he was asked how he would improve as a player was by getting more gear. And
yeah, that always works.
Technically true.
And when I asked him, yeah, okay, but you know, there must be something that you as a player, not just your character, but as a player that you're doing wrong, that you could fix, that you could improve, that you know, there's got to be something, right? And the guy said, I'll improve my gameplay when the tanks improve.
Hmm.
And this is like the lowest performing dude in the fucking in the class.
I know, he was that capped.
Yeah. He's the only dude I think that in the whole vanilla guild that I ran that I G-kicked.
Oof.
Where I just told him like, yeah, and it was like hard to do as well because it was so. He sounded so fucking upset when I brought him onto voice chat, and I just said like, yeah, you're done.
I thought you would enjoy it.
Well, I'm done
No,
for
I mean,
tonight.
he was a prick, but he was like so fucking. It sounded like he was about to cry or something.
Good night.
Just wanted
I'm gonna go to sleep.
wanted to tell him like, yeah, I mean, you should have listened when I spoke to you all those fucking times. And I had less of the attitude about everything.
Nice.
No,
Don't take
but
pleasure. Don't take
I know
pleasure
people
in it,
like
enough,
that.
you know.
It's like, oh, that's a video game. I really don't care about it. Why should I care? And
Yeah, well, I
when
mean
that
that's
shit
fine,
really
but
hits
in
them,
another guild, you know.
yeah, they take stuff for granted, and it's
Well, good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Good tomorrow.
Dude,
Night,
Like,
they drop stuff, buddy. Gotta get. But yeah, I mean, it's not a pleasant thing.
I know.
You know, but it's gotta be done sometimes. Some dude doing like 70% of the DPS of the other players, and instead of saying like, oh yeah, I'll improve, I'll look at my gameplay, I can do this better, I know that this guy is using more consumables, he starts shit talking other people. Yeah.
Yeah, most of the time, it's just, you know, somebody approaching you. Look, I'm doing bad. How can I improve? That's everything you need from a player, basically. Just that a little bit of
Yeah,
humility.
the willingness to improve is like the key thing, really. Because anybody, I mean, the game's pretty easy, really, if you're willing to try and learn it.
If you're not aiming for the, you know, 99% percentile.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, honest, in vanilla at least, even then, it's, you know, that's achievable if you actually put a bit of effort in. Like, most of vanilla parsing is getting world buffs and consumables, you know, and then using your cooldowns at the correct time. That's the game. It's like that thing that I always talk to you about, right? Where it's like we had the warlock class leader who went on to play in Ips, and the other warlocks who are like doing half of his DPS in vanilla, where the two buttons are Shadow Bolt and Life Tap. Yeah, I got him. And then you just ask, like, yeah, so why is it that you're out DPSing these guys so hard? Because I don't understand it.
Last big year.
I
No,
told you, right?
that's-
The guy's answer was, I life tap while moving.
Yeah.
I mean, oh yeah, I don't know. It's just a mentality thing, though, that's all. You know, the other guys they didn't give a fuck. Weren't willing to play properly.
Yep.
I had one guy who, on Lowitheb, we had a massive problem with people not using consumables, and since we didn't have world buffs and Nax, and private server tuning was a little bit steeper, I think, than on Classic. The fight, I'm not going to say it was super tough, but you needed everybody on board to have, like, proper...
Yeah, I know. Execution.
UA command. Proper execution, but also, like, you needed shadow protection pots, health stones, bandages, you needed to do it properly, because if 2 DPS die or whatever, you're not going to make the timer.
Yeah. Everyone has to do it or nobody.
Yeah, exactly. And I used to have to watch the VOD back. Every week I would record hours of Lowitheb wipes. I would make everybody had the Flask of Titans because it just wasn't working for us. I'd have to watch VOD back and see, like, why did these 5 people die early? And you just follow the trail for each individual person. Like, okay, this guy is a Fury. He did pre-pop Shadow Protection Pot. He did re-pop it at the right time. But he didn't run out and wait for the debuff to fall off because there's like an AoE poison dot. So when he went to bandage, it just destroyed the bandage instantly, stopped the ticks right away, and that's why he died like a minute later, you know? Just stupid stuff like that would lead to like a chain reaction. But I remember one warlock, like, I was scanning through people, and I didn't have one of those add-ons that now will check every consumable that people have, you know?
Yeah.
You're like having all the class leaders like, yeah, select your guys and like double check that they've got the fucking buff for shadow protection pre-pop. And looked through, and the dude had popped like a minor shadow protection pot because it had like the same icon as the greater one.
Yeah, yeah.
The same buff, so it looked the same, even though he was paying like 20 silver or something. And all the warlocks would like skimp out on consumables and then just drain life and do shit DPS, but stay alive, so it looked like they were okay. And then later it turned out this guy had like 30k gold. I said to him like, yeah, why are you skimping it? Does it go if you just talk to him? Okay, I'll not do that. Yeah, why are you skimping on fucking consumables when you got like 30, 40k gold? And he just laughed. You know, thought it was fucking hilarious. Yeah. And it would have been really funny if it wasn't for the hours of wipes that we had to put up with. I've probably still got fucking I still got all this stuff in my document somewhere, my old PC folders.
All I got from this is that that Nox really left an impression on you.
I genuinely, man, I mean, I took a 2-year break from the game when I was done. I didn't think I was ever going to play again, you know? I loved vanilla, like, really fucking... That, to me, is World of Warcraft. But the officer stuff and guildmaster stuff and everything.
Yeah, you're not playing the game.
On a dying server, trying to recruit people and fill raids, like, not fun to do something here, Ed. Breakal Blood.
Finally done. Fucking Grizzly Hills.
That's why I'm always surprised when Jesus Christ, Shavra 77. That's why I'm always surprised you don't just take more for yourself. I think the only time I've seen you do something selfish is when you said, I'm going to be one of the Holy Paladins, and no one else gets a say. Or you were like, I might be the only prot warrior, and no one else gets a say. And that was like the only time I've seen you just be like, I'm going to do what I want because I'm the GM.
I'll also try and justify that by saying that I thought it would be better since I'll have 100% attendance if I play one of the important roles. Instead of Red Paladin contributing nothing to the raids. Like I did in BC.
It's not nothing.
I know, but it's like, come on, you know. I should have been... if I was main tank Feral Druid or something in BC, it would have been...
Well,
fucking perfect.
Yeah, you could say the same for me as a Boomkin. Nobody cares if I pass 95 on a Boomkin. It's like irrelevant. I'm there and I apply a debuff. Good boy.
Yeah, but you should have heard when you weren't there and all the fucking melee DPS just being like, I don't have a hit set.
Yes.
I thought Noth would always be here. I'm 3% under hit cap.
Just right after he took his break for Kill Jin, you mean? After Kill Jin?
Yeah, we got to that Sunwell and every melee DPS was like, shit. People like digging around in their banks for fucking Romulo's poison vial.
At that point, I really didn't give a fuck. I was so
with
done with the
we're
game.
done, man. We were done. But that's how I felt after next. Like once we killed Kil'Thuzad, I was always joking. Lau was looking to go to another guild as well because he was fucking done with it, and he just told me, "Yeah, wouldn't it be really funny if you just disbanded the guild right after we killed Kil'Thuzad?" Like in this sort of hint kind of way. But our Warlock class leader was like one raid away from getting his ATH, so I stuck it
Oh.
out for one more week and then fucking bailed on everybody.
Fishing.
Back. I
Hello.
think-
Welcome back.
Yeah, wife rang. I think the main thing is what people's goals are. Because once I cleared Nax the first time, I was like, that's it. It didn't really
Yeah, well,
care
I mean, like, I said the same thing in BC about Kill Jaden, but if we kill Lich King Heroic and everybody decides to quit, then that's cool, you know? We're fucking done.
Oh, wait,
Right.
wait. No. There's a raid after it.
Oh, Ruby Sanctum? I never did it.
Man,
I never did it. in free
so
kill.
goddamn awful. I killed it on heroic as well, but it's so unnecessary. It's like a preview for.
But it was just filler,
Cataclysm.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
It's just
anyway.
another dragon.
But you have to spin around a bit.
Ooh. I don't think I
The
ever did it.
novelty.
I think my account was hacked like partway through Ice Crown. Like I lost my account and I originally quit WoW because I was asking for it back, and they were I emailed Blizzard and they said to get your account back, you have to send us your passport to confirm it's you. Not a photocopy of it. Send us your passport.
Was this email coming from like Ivan@blizzard.ru or? Just send your
Silence.
passport, credit card details, and
Az is thinking, how did you know?
No, I did question them and they were deadly serious, and it was just like because there was a bit of a back and forth. It was like I'm English. Like you want me to send? It might even be illegal for me to send my passport to another country.
See the mentality. I'm English and therefore I don't need to comply by the rules. Was that what you're saying?
I'm English. Oh, go ahead, sir. We'll transfer your account right now.
We shouldn't be disrupting the English people. There's no response.
Have you guys noticed, right? I mean, definitely on private servers I picked up on this. But I feel like, in terms of skill levels, I have some stereotypes in my head for different nationalities. Like that players from some countries are just generally shit, and other countries like good, and...
I've never thought of that. Give us an example, Terps. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean...
It's true.
There are
100%.
not many. First of all, I'll just say there are not many PC gamers, full stop, from the UK. I think in general, and
No, there's loads. They play FPS games and stuff.
I think they
and FIFA
usually
and
play
stuff.
fucking consoles. Yeah, consoles.
Fair enough.
Most of the good players that I played with came from Sweden or
I haven't got all day.
Germany
countries.
or the Balkans.
Seek death.
So there is a meme about Balkan players, right? It's like the
Yep.
Balkan. Yeah. Right.
It's not a meme. It's
Well,
true.
listen, they were these dudes, these guys were Serbs. They were really good, but they were the biggest assholes I've ever met in my fucking life. Constant drama, and I know everybody like on private servers. That's definitely like a stereotype. Fucking Balkans. Do not play with anybody from the Balkans. It's not worth it. But
Basically, when it's fine, it's fine. When it's not fine, it's the worst shit that can happen.
yeah, Russian guys I find to be generally really bad.
Yeah.
Was it?
Irish,
I mean, private server.
Irish guys is very few people. Very
Yeah, I don't think. Oh, we had one Irish guy in our guild, Cork. He was okay, but he was a massive fucking slacker.
Yeah, that makes sense.
King of raid logging and not showing up with consumables and stuff, and then just hopping in like, ah, yes, lads,
That'd be
what's the
grand.
crack? What's the crack?
I love really specific local stereotypes.
That'd be
Just like
grand.
he was from Cork and Pog going, ah, that makes sense.
No, it was one of the Irish. It'd be grand, like. Don't worry, lads. We'll arrive, figure it out.
He was a free spirit, you know.
Mm.
Whereas the Serbs are like they were the most pent up, passive aggressive people I've ever met. You know, snide remarks to everybody that they played with, and like, I mean, they were right most of the time, but it was the sort of stuff that you don't say to people, you know.
Sounds like Serbs.
Sounds like me in any pug I'm in.
Oh, not like you, Azza.
What's the English?
Oh, I am very different when I pug.
No, he is very different when he pokes. He's serious. What would you think about the English? Would they be? They're kind of.
Well, like I said, I don't think there are many of them generally, and I don't think generally they're very good. But that's not English. I'm saying people from the UK in general. Just I don't have a great impression, skill-wise. I mean, if you think right, in our guild, you've missed most of them, but the people that we started with, most of them were British, and that includes like Hark. That's I guess none of you guys were around when they were around. Noth probably was around for a bit. Maybe Steffa and Co.
Yeah, I was there for the first Karazhan, and
yeah.
I managed to even see a few of those people online.
Yeah, like Somgig was English. He was quite bad.
Hello.
But it's just like again, it's very like that Irish guy that I was talking about, where it's just like hop in, like yay, we're all here to have a good time, guys. So maybe it's just like a different attitude rather than the country, but
yeah, because that's the. I don't know. I think it's a game and you should have fun. Like if you're not having fun, that is a problem. But at the same time, you can't. Don't play this game if you have that attitude, because yeah, there are 24 other people relying on you to pull your weight.
Which is fair enough.
Or you can come. I just think why is like you can be casual, right? But for me and the kind of game that I want to play, it's to be competitive, and that includes like progression stuff in PvE. And back when I was playing on private servers, it was like I was talking about being hyper competitive in terms of DPS and parsing and stuff. It's difficult to do it later in like BC and Wrath and stuff because every class is so different in BC in terms of numbers, and you're so reliant on group setup and buffs and stuff. So raids can be really scuffed. In vanilla, if you go in, I was saying earlier, the raid setup for 40-man on a land side is stick a hunter in every melee group. And as long as you got that, everybody should be competitive. So you can really fucking, tear into people if you're smashing them on the meters or whatever. But I've not played with anybody. Ganjor is the only English person I think I've played with, only British person I've played with who has that like hyper competitive attitude.
I find most Scottish players I ever played with are usually good players, but they do have a tendency to like to drink during raids and stuff like that. And
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely the Scottish.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, Azza, Taxo, Willow, all drunk during our raids. I think Hark, also, and Somgig was.
I actually am a firm believer that I played better after like a shot and a half.
Somgig was getting like smashed for our raids. Probably didn't help his performance. And then Taxo, I think, was having multiple GATs a night. Which is, I also drink while I'm raiding, but it doesn't make me play worse, you know?
Depends on how much you're...
I am fucking top tier all the time, Pulp. Yes, Scalawag.
I don't think I've ever played with a Welsh player, no.
I don't think I've ever raided with a Scottish. Well, one Scottish guy actually, and he was really good, but he was an absolute hunt. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'd forgotten who it was. Private server guy who'd done Nax on Phoenix servers, and he came in with a massive attitude and hard on about how awesome he was. And me and Lau fucking
private
yeah.
servers.
They merged with us. Their whole private server guild from Alakir, and came in with the biggest fucking egos, man. And me and Lau just gave it to them on the meter, smashed them. And meanwhile, like their healers were like pulling storms where they're just talking about healing parses, while Gandhi was saying like, they're fucking resto druids not decursing at all. I'm fucking decursing everything.
Well, I just got owned by a furbolg.
Oh no.
How does that feel?
You know that goddamn pit, like the mini Ring of Blood in Grizzly Hills?
Yeah.
I managed to solo the first one. But the second one, furbolg drops a Far Nova totem. And he continues, he doesn't have a cooldown on it. He just casts it all the time.
What can I do for you?
Like, there's gotta be a bug. It hits for 7k. And he does it like every 2 seconds.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm playing back at it. What was I thinking? I was talking about that fucking Shadow Rogue earlier. I think must have a screenshot of him somewhere.
Shadow damage rogue?
Yeah, he was on Lost, and he was loaded up with like shadow proc items, and all his gear was plus shadow damage cloth, and he was like using the fucking weapon oils that do shadow procs. It was really, really, really bad.
Hello.
Remember,
Just one
like,
more item and I'm viable.
yeah, we were dueling with him outside Ironforge, and I remember talking to Lau, who was there with me, and we were like, "Whoa, this is crazy. Does this work? Is this viable?" No. And we looked him up on the fucking like log site the private servers use, and he's doing like 200 fucking DPS in Molten Core. Like, oh no, it's not.
I said earlier, I'm different in pugs. I do think I have to pug less because I find myself getting unnecessarily annoyed at bad play.
You an angry pugger, or is it just raid leading as a?
No, it's not even raid leading, but like I'm also an absolute passive aggressive bitch because like through most of the pre-patch I was just like inspecting people and then just typing out, you can buy gems like almost for free in the capital cities.
That's you're right to point that out. I mean, fair.
No, I don't know. I think it's. I don't know if this is a weird thing about sort of expectations, but like, I don't think I'm the best player, and so I sort of see like the effort that I have put in as almost like a baseline. Like I have watched a YouTube vid about the boss, and I'm vaguely aware of when I need to run away from things, and like I just sort of expect that as almost like a minimum level from everyone.
Oh, but you have a wrong opinion of yourself. You're at the top. And I'm not joking, really. The average WoW player doesn't watch any videos, doesn't know about tactics, or doesn't concern himself with other people.
Or doesn't understand that Blessing of Sanctuary has changed. I'm pretty sure I'd like every day there would be a new paladin who would be like, hey, you should be using Blessing of Sanctuary because it's changed. Please read the tooltip.
It's like Pulp. You know that like the average, I think average or median like rank in Dota is like fucking Archon 2 or some shit.
Can we translate that into like gold, silver, platinum?
Just
in League of
hypothetically,
Legends, it'd be silver
like yeah, like a
1 probably.
yeah, like I don't know. It was staggering to me when I found out. I couldn't believe it because I tried so hard and I always thought like I'm just shit, right? And I'm nowhere. I think at the time the pros were like 7k MMR. I was hitting 4k, and so way off, right? But then you hear the average. Actually, the average player is on like 2k.
But Tarps, to be honest, right, I think I'm a really good player in Dota. I'm not, for the amount of hours I've played it, right? But and I see people with thousands of hours and they don't even know basic principles of when to fight and when not to fight, power spikes, the usual stuff, right? And I am stuck in hell dealing with it. And you have to be so positive mentally to be able to deal with it because it is just horrendous. People
embrace the chaos and just start being super toxic to these guys, dude.
Yeah. An arcade mage going basically win lane. He's up 2 kills there the other day, or
An
3.
arcade mage.
Oh, sorry,
hold on.
Sorry, archmage. Sorry, you know the guy who blinks and has the
anti-mage.
Anti-mage. Sorry, jeez. Thinking.
Game knowledge really lacking here. I'm not impressed.
Sorry. I just say AM in my head.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I'm thinking of WoW. But yeah, he's up 2 kills in lane, and I'm paying Venge, position 5. And I get him 2 kills in lane. He at least denied 2 waves, slow pushes. And level 7, he decides, okay, I've slow pushed and power is on like 70%. I'm just going to go into the jungle now and take these 2 camps that my good support has stacked for me. And then he doesn't come back to lane and starts just farming the jungle up to down. And in about 20 minutes time he was down like I'd say about 8k.
Yeah, but that's like everyone. That's how people have been playing anti-mage for like 10 years now, is get Battle Fury, go into jungle and don't come out for 30 minutes. Because that's how the Chinese racers used to play in like fucking EI2.
Yeah, but then when he's getting caught in side lanes and jungle and and the rest of the team are taking team fights. Like,
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm saying I've noticed that a long time ago that people do that. I mean, it's the same as like it's just it's the most prevalent like sort of stereotype of what you're meant to do with a hero that's wrong.
But that's it. They read a guide. It's copy and paste. They just do what the guide says.
But yeah, all I'm saying is that guy is probably high above average like player. The thing that I had read, like my rank, which I had thought was so fucking low, and I was upset that I was not pushing higher and higher and everything. I recall specifically that it was like I think like 95th percentile. And when I read that, I was like, really? I cannot believe the retards I'm playing with, because I also blamed all of my teammates and everything for every single loss. It's always like, why are these guys so shit? It's not possible for me to carry them. They're so bad.
Yeah. But that's the mental. You can't go into. I stop playing when I start getting like that, because you're not going to win the next game because your mental is wrong.
That's why I fucking quit a long time ago, man. That game, like almost no other, drives like a sort of frustration.
League of Legends frustrates me way more because mistakes in lane are so hard punished. In Dota, you can recover.
It's not just the mistakes though. I think the bigger issue is that you can spend genuinely. I've been in games that were like 90 minutes long, 2 hours long, and one person then fucks up one thing, and the game's over. Or you go into a game and some guy just decides So, you know, you get the classic, like, 2 people are going mid. I'm gonna feed if you don't give me mid. And then, like, buying couriers and sending them at the enemy team and dropping items and stuff in the jungle.
I don't see that. But when I
Well-
do a lot of observer stuff. You know, observer judges,
Yeah.
admin things, and I always instantly report those guys or bans, or agree they should be banned or whatever it is you do. You know, you
Yeah,
have the
I
two
mean,
options.
it's game ruining stuff, and it's intensely, like, frustrating. Hand in for that, Eddie. Did you do the daily thing again, or no? Okay, sure.
And I'm shocked. I have a 10. You know, your rating, behavior rating.
Yeah.
I still have 10,000 rating.
Well, mine was also sky high, and I couldn't understand why, because I was the worst person in the world. Maybe I would never ever sabotage games like that because, you know, the objective is to win. But I would be like spurging and raging at people in chat and everything. You know,
It's blocked,
Wait,
so
why do you
don't
need
see
to-
the chat.
Why do you need to sabotage? I thought both those games had a give up system.
no, well, Dota doesn't, or at least it didn't back then. I think they do in pro games now, but not in casual games. Well,
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
but they don't. There's no concede button or anything. And even if there was,
Who is this?
all you get as it is like, okay, one guy wants to concede because he lost his lane, or his board or whatever. The rest of the team don't. So now that guy starts sabotaging the game, feeding, giving his items away, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but and one thing is, Tarps, chat when you're doing. I don't know if you do it, but when I'm doing the game reviews for bad behavior, you don't see chat. So you never
Well,
see chat.
I'm just talking about fucking reports just from in the game, man. You know, I'm surprised I wasn't. I got muted one time.
No, that's what I mean. When like I do the observer report system in the sense that I review the games that have been reported
Okay.
that people have been trolling in, and
Fucking Captain Tout over here is just ratting out everybody to the man.
yeah, but like you don't see the chat. You
Straight to
just,
Gaben.
yeah, straight to Gaben. Yeah, you don't see the chat though. You just look at their
Yeah.
behavior and see what they do, and
Yeah, but still, I mean, if 4 people in game report you for chat messages, you're gonna get fucking punished. You know.
that it must go to someone. It must go to a Valve employee or something. It doesn't go to the. through the
I
normal
would
system,
imagine
right?
it would be automated. Like, oh, this guy got reported and he said X, Y, Z. Yeah, muted.
Yeah, maybe.
Or even what it was back in the day when I was playing was it was just based on the number of reports you get. So people would just abuse it and spam report.
Yeah, like wow.
Yeah, exactly. And if you had like all 4 people on a team are like sort of pre-made, and then the other guy is the pug. The four guys don't like the one guy. They just report him, and he gets fucking muted and put into like low prio. Yeah, and has to suffer through that.
It's fucking hell.
I've never
Dealing
been.
with those Russian-
I've never been
Oh.
through it. Thank God.
I get DC'd sometimes and I have to go through it, and it's
But see, that's another example, by the way, the Russian thing that I was talking about. I know that there are good Russians playing Dota, but fucking hell, the majority, man. It's not good. And also, attitude-wise, it's terrible, also. It's really fucking grim.
But the thing that pisses me off the most is they join EU Q.
Yeah, you've said this before.
And
I
they
know.
speak fucking Russian. And I say to them all the time, why are you speaking Russian in the EUQ? And they're like, they just start speaking to you in Russian. It's like,
Yeah. Do you not speak English? Like the rest of us? Proud Englishmen?
see, I don't queue in the Russian queue, or the other language queues because I don't want to, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. They're everywhere, though. They just queue all servers, all languages, fastest game possible.
And then feed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Fucking
bit of a
right.
barrier in WoW due to the subscription. It's not
Yeah,
free
well,
to play.
that's what I was going to say as well, is there's a much higher percentage of people from Russia and the Balkans on private servers because it's free.
Yeah.
Those Serb guys that I played with, I think there were 3 or 4 in our guild, and a Croat girl. And the Serb guys just said, could not afford to play when the subscription was coming for Classic. So it's private server or it's nothing, you know.
Yeah.
One dude was a software engineer and had a vineyard that he ran on his own land, and he couldn't afford a subscription fee.
Well,
it's just staggering to me.
It's not that they couldn't maybe afford a subscription fee, but it's mostly like it's third world country, and most of the people aren't really, you know, saving every bit of money.
No, well, I mean, he walked me through the financials that it cost like as much as the sub in Germany or whatever, but his wage is like 1/3 of what, you know, some software engineer in Germany is making or whatever. So it made total sense to me that, like, yeah, you can't justify paying that much money for a fucking video game.
Not now, though, Terps. These days, they're all getting paid.
Yeah.
People working in Croatia, Estonia, anywhere are getting paid similar.
Serbia, though?
Less so because it's not EU, so there's
Yeah.
a lot of issues around employment, and they have to set up companies and stuff.
What are you? Are you involved in that shit, Pulp, or?
Not really. I wouldn't. We wouldn't ever hire. We only have what countries we would call. I don't know terminology, but Serbia would always be treated as a country that doesn't necessarily abide by laws. I guess, like in certain cases.
Historically,
so you wouldn't hire someone who worked in Serbia. I personally, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah. No, but I meant like as a job, you like in the software.
No.
What do you do then?
Architecture.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So not infrastructure architecture, and more than obviously software comes into it, but I don't write code. I did write code years ago, but not anymore.
I'm such a pleb, guys. I don't have any fucking skills or qualifications.
So
I know how to set up a Google Sheets document for my guild. That's the height of my prowess.
I'll be a bit serious now, but you don't really. I don't know if you ever considered, but all the skill and knowledge you got as a GM or all the leading you did, it can really translate into real life if you're willing.
Yeah.
It's
No,
people,
it definitely
people
does.
management.
With the people management side, dude, I mean, the place that I work is like my family business, and it is so staggering how similar it is to like running that fucking shit guild back in Max Ramus. And dealing with people not showing up to work, not signing out from raids, not showing up to raids. You're compensating them with DKP, you know.
You'd make a
like
project manager.
their salary. Yeah, I don't know.
Project management.
Anyone with a modicum of sense would make a good project manager. It's just none of them do.
Few spreadsheets, understand whatever the Microsoft product they use, understand all the methodologies, which aren't many, understand finance and people, and then you're sorted.
Like, I'm being fed into like the sort of management side of this business, and I don't know. It is just a big guild, tracking attendance and everything, dealing with problem people and recruitment. If it wasn't embarrassing, I would put it on my fucking CV. Say genuinely, like I've led guilds, guys, through Nax Ramus and Sunwell. Hire
but
me.
most of the people don't have any context for that.
Yeah.
Like, you're playing
They'll
a video
fucking
game,
laugh
what
at
the
you,
fuck?
dude. If yeah.
I had a few positive experiences in an interview, but it was mostly with people, younger people, like around 40, let's say, that could, you know, that played those kind of games, that had some context. So, but most of the time you can't really, you know,
Hey, how you doing?
push it as a benefit.
Well, I don't begrudge it. I mean, it's difficult to justify, right? You talk to somebody. If I was hiring a job and some guy said he was captain of a football team, like, I wouldn't give a fuck.
Well,
You know.
depending if that's a few lads going around the neighborhood, okay, who gives a fuck? But if it's something serious, you know, you might have a chat about it.
I don't know. I mean, it is just a game, this stuff, you know, at the end of the day. And it's so, like, what I was saying about that rogue was he was so fucking shocked to hear that I was doing everything. There was no other officer or anything. And I just said, you know that there's, like, nothing, there's no work, right? Like, you just recruit and fill raids and then it just takes care of itself, everything.
Yeah, but people make industry out of stuff.
The hardest part about TBC for me was group setup every raid. Trying to make sure that there was a shaman for everybody, the right groups had the right buffs. We had, as a guild, we had the right composition to enable the right groups and everything. And now that's not even a thing anymore, so...
And no DKP?
DKP, yeah. That was a fucking nightmare, man. I'm never doing that again. Also did, after DKP, I was so fed up with it, we did Loot Council, and that was also a nightmare.
Hmm.
For different reasons. I think the system worked totally fine, but it's always going to cause drama no matter what. Even if it's totally justified that some guy doesn't get an item because he's shit and he doesn't attend raids and he's got a terrible attitude, he'll be fucking mad about it.
Wow, that's some strong opinion there.
If I didn't give Klebra a loot because he's, you know, an asshole and he doesn't show up and he AFKs during raids and all this stuff, you know, he's not going to say, "Ah, yes, you are correct. I don't deserve that item."
Yeah. For example, Addy deserved her one-handed mace, right? 100% because obviously...
You're such a kiss ass.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. And you would have been conflicted, right? Because of bias that you have unconsciously acquired. And,
Against her, you mean, or what?
Against her, yeah. And that would not be fair on Addy, who put in, to be honest, doing pretty good in some well, right? And kind of helped us clear it, to be honest. So.
Well, everybody did. Almost everybody did.
Okay, better.
Cahook, no, but...
I think we were very lucky we had so many warlocks, to be honest.
That was a big... Yeah, actually, you know what the thing was, man? We had so many of so many different classes. But the warlocks really stepped it up in attendance. When we got to, like, Muri progression. Before that, it was a bit dodgy, even. And we were showing up to raids with, like, 2 locks or whatever. And it was sort of typical. But once we got into the actual Muri progression, I don't think one of them missed a raid for like a month and a half or something.
I think they all loved the Muri fight.
I mean, it's pretty fucking good for them, right? But it was certainly like the starting zone again. Yeah, I mean, that fight would be very different if you showed up with 2-3 locks instead of fucking 6. It was a kind of a big plus for us, even though at the same time, like, just to be real about it, some fucking issues caused by them. At the same time, I wonder even, like, if the fight could have been twice as easy just because we didn't have, like, breaking fucking Frost Novas, you know? They were very spam heavy on that fucking macro and all that shit.
But you can't really think about every single minor aspect of the game. Like, you're not thinking about warlocks breaking Frost Nova at that point. You're thinking about 100 other things that need to be sorted. It's...
I mean, when are you talking about? In the raids, I was definitely thinking about that stuff.
No. I'm thinking, but you shouldn't need to do that.
No, sure, of course.
And
you should never. I mean, at most you have one conversation about it and say like, "Hey guys, listen, this is going wrong. Let's fix this." You know, but to have to reiterate and repeat the same fucking shit every week was frustrating.
But Tarps, probably the stuff you don't like. Okay, I'll explain. I seen, right, in one of our early Muru attempts, right, or quite well, I don't know, maybe Muru number 20 or 30.
Yeah, sure.
So early in the scheme of things, I said to Just Rage, what the hell is going on with the Novas? And like, it seems to be basically shit. What's going on? Like, I know you're doing it on time, or you're going to be doing the right thing, but what are you seeing? And he said to me, I'm not sure, stuff keeps just breaking randomly, and it wasn't like this X time. And I said to him, oh, say that to Terps, right? Just say it in the raid. Say it to him, like, you don't know what's happening. Stuff is getting into the raid, causing the shitstorm, causing people to heal. Everyone's healing more threat, blah, blah, blah. And he said, he didn't say anything, and I said it then in the raid chat, that potentially the Warlocks are breaking the Nova in one of the early times, because he was kind of afraid to say it. And he kind of knew what was happening, but he didn't want to say it, and I don't know. I didn't understand why, or still don't. I didn't ask him afterwards why, but I assume it was kind of like, I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong, or in case Tarps gets annoyed with me, or, you know. I don't understand his reasoning, or because I didn't ask him.
Yeah, sure. I mean, usually people just whisper me. They don't want to cause a scene or whatever, you know. Because I know some people are very sensitive about talking about other people's mistakes. I have tried to be so delicate in TBC with everyone, you know. Like, I say this all the time, but in the Nax runs and everything, and just vanilla in general, I was such a fucking hard ass with guys. And yeah, sure. Yeah, go. Yeah, I was such a fucking, like, I don't know. I remember some chick, Russian chick, who was in our guild, we wiped on Gluff maybe or something. Yeah, Black Hammer. I think she was Russian. Addie's saying she might have been Serbian. I think she was Russian, I'm 99% sure. We wiped on like some late boss in the construct wing, and those, you know, those like slime blobs?
Yeah, a patchwork.
Like before that, the ones before that room, up to the camp window of again. That are like, there's like 40 of them in the room, and they come out all slow when they're popping, and you gotta stay away from them and kite them away and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
they respawn.
So, yeah, but we were just gonna, we're all piling into the next, like one at a time, super slow, half the raids in, half the raids out. We're not buffed, we're low health and everything. And I just tell everybody to wait, and I just sat still in the middle of the room. And I watched this chick just AFK run straight into the entire fucking thing. Aggro them all, panic, and then run back. And suddenly it's like we're back into like a raid wipe situation instantly. Because potentially we don't have like the DPS to kill these things. And I just lost my shit, and I think I called her a stupid bitch or something in the middle of the raid, and fucking... Addie's saying I went at it for a while.
The red mist came down, and you lost
well,
the runner yourself.
You know what the thing is when I was a player, because I started in that guild as just a player, and like hyper competitive and everything. So I was the kind of guy who was like, showing up with world buffs and everything. I was raging like fuck if anybody like ruined my fights, my raids. If somebody turned a dragon at the wrong time, got me killed, and I lost world buffs, I'd be so fucking mad. But I wasn't on voice, you know? So I'm just silently raging to myself. Well, I'm reading Natty 1 second. But then, yeah, once I started raid leading, like, I'm just hooked up on the voice and couldn't control myself at the time. I still had that super competitive attitude, and I was still, like, raging anytime somebody... I mean, stupid mistakes. We had one guy who wiped us on Thaddeus. think it's that same spot again. I'm just gonna run this time, I think. Wiped us on Thaddeus, like, because he just sat in the middle instead of going to the correct side after the fucking debuff came out. I couldn't believe it because we'd done the fight like 20 times. I was so mad, I just started calling him like a fucking retard and all this stuff. And, yeah, I told the healers not to res him and said, we're gonna do the fight and he's gonna sit there and watch us do it properly.
That's vindictive.
I
feel really bad thinking about that sort of stuff, you know, when I think back about it.
That's taking it to the extreme, but yeah. So
most people that were in the guild that I still talk to think that it was hilarious. Now that they talk about it, they laugh about it a lot. But at the time, I was just like veins were popping in my fucking forehead, man, and I was like not enjoying the game. You know, these people were not making it. They were making my life miserable, is how I saw it.
Yeah.
But I mean, hilarious anecdote now, right?
I can't hear you if you're speaking. Well, I can't.
No, I stopped.
Oh. Did Addy stop you telling the answer?
No, that was that's the hilarious anecdote.
Oh, okay.
Now that I can look back and laugh and smile at everything.
Thing is, people are always gonna fuck up.
Yeah, but it's different if somebody fucks up. I mean, see when we went into progression stuff, it's fine because it's the first, you know, it's our first time on stuff. We were learning. I get that you watch a fucking watch video and stuff anyway, right? So you should have some idea of what's going on. But even me going into Elden, going into whatever. Read the text that they're asking me. Yeah, going like I remember we went into Archimond and I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go. So everybody just be chill, nobody rage. We'll just like learn the fight, right? Progression style. And
thing is, some people learn. They may take several attempts to learn, but then.
Yeah, but that's fine. In my head, that's totally fine. It's if we're back on the same fight that we've done 20 times, we know the fight, and you're still fucking it up. You know? That's what gets me. Like, I'm not going to give examples or anything because it would just be rude. But I get a lot more angry about like fucking up farm stuff than progression. I'm fine wiping on progression. It happened.
Some people like I play very loose. I don't really. I'm kind of always focused. So, but I think some people maybe I don't know. Lose focus very easily or something. I don't know, maybe that's what the problem is. I don't know. Like, it's very difficult for me to understand. But I've seen it in a lot of guilds where non-progression content just becomes really sloppy.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think... Like, I've seen way sloppier stuff. Like, I've seen way sloppier guild runs than bugs at times. Because in the day pug, anyway, that Azza used to run, generally, some people were asleep, but there's a lot of people focused because they knew it was a, and if they didn't focus, we're not wipe.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you get complacent, I think, and that's why when I think back to the vanilla stuff and what I'm talking about with the Furies, and we were in Blackwing Lair because private servers take ages to, you know, code new content, so we were in Blackwing Lair for like a year. It felt like.
Jesus.
It was a long fucking time. And nowadays I probably wouldn't be able to tolerate that anymore. Especially with the whole world buff stuff. But at the time it was just like every week you're just fucking excited. I'm gonna you know, what am I going to do different this week? How am I going to improve? How am I going to push the numbers and be better than everybody else? There was no complacency there from us, but from the rest of the guild, yeah, which caused issues.
That was healthy internal competition you had going, which
It's really fucking good, man. Really good.
and also improving on yourself and your own performance. And some people like that. Like, there's some games that you can play that it's like, I don't want to lose a unit, like playing Warcraft 3 or whatever, and you don't want to lose a unit, and you want to like do it perfectly or whatever.
Yeah.
Some games like that.
Yeah, but there's a downside to MMOs, especially in raids, because you can improve your gameplay as much as you want, but
yeah,
your 5% doesn't translate to killing a boss, let's say.
Yeah,
And
sometimes.
that can be, no, generally speaking, to the whole raid, like you giving 100% to the whole raid doesn't translate to the guild killing the boss. Usually.
Yeah.
Maybe in some extreme cases it does, but we're talking usual general stuff. And when you're constantly giving 100% and continue to do that, and you can see that you're not getting any results. Like, people just get discouraged, or get salty, or start to vent to other people,
I mean, it's only natural if you're putting in full effort and somebody else isn't. Even if you're killing stuff, it's going to cause a bit of friction because it's like, I mean, you talk about loot. Why is this guy allowed loot? Why is Loot Council giving this guy loot when he's doing fucking nothing? That sort of thing. It's really... I find that, from what I have seen in my experience anyway, it's a lot easier almost to run like a super hardcore guild. Because everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
You're all going to be 100% attendance, you're all going to be hardcore, you're all going to push everything as hard as you can. It's a casual chill guild like this, where people have different interpretations of what that means. What attendance is necessary, what kind of performance and skill is necessary.
When somebody says casual, it has so much connotation with it. It's not a reliable explanation, like a definition. I don't know how to express myself there, but I heard casual being like, oh, I don't trade, I just, do 5 minutes. And somebody mentioning, oh, I'm casual, I only raid 4 times per week or something like that. It has that term has such a large scope, it's basically useless today.
Well, I mean, it was useless back then as well, basically. But it might, like you're saying, yeah, large scope, exactly. And you get a lot of people with a lot of different interpretations. And that's where a lot of friction comes from, I find. People upset that other people are not try-harding like they are, or people who are... Maybe they just have different ambitions in the game. Some person might not be too bothered about finishing hard modes and stuff. Maybe they just want to do like fucking achievements and stuff and have fun in raids. For me, that's not what I'm after in the game, but I know that those people exist. And if you don't have like a very strict definition of what your objective is, you're gonna pick those people up, and casual guilds have to pick that up. I mean, our guild we have to take basically anybody at some stages when it gets really desperate. Basically, anybody with a pulse gets a guild invite just because we need to fill. And when things are good, it's not that bad. It becomes like, oh, this guy is a decent looking player, so we'll take him. But that player might still have a totally different view of the game from myself or from anybody else. You could have somebody join who's like a 99 parser in a mythic fucking raiding guild, but and you take him up because you assume he's going to want to do hard modes and everything. But no, this is like a side thing for him, and he just wants to chill and have a good time with Dagobah, his friend.
Yeah, anything's possible, but you have to be honest with yourself. But my biggest issue is with people that are playing a single player mode.
Yeah.
I'm the main character here. Everything should be custom made for me. Like, everyone should align towards me. Which most of the people don't really realize they're doing that. They're just taking it for granted. Like other people's are NPCs for me. That's really. We had a lot of examples like that. Like you said,
feel like
achievements.
Yeah.
I don't really care about achievements, but I know people care for achievements. So if we're gonna do some raid achievement or I don't know,
I think great
5-man or
achievements.
something like that, I'll do it. I won't, scream at people. I'll grudge over it and I'll do it, and that's fine. We're not gonna repeat it every single week because it's an achievement. So yeah.
I mean, I'm mostly fine with doing it in tier 7 because then at least there's something, right, to do in Nax. Keep people excited and interested, like we're talking about earlier. Like that's achievements are one way in there to gain. Even though the content might be very easy for us, hopefully, to keep people a little bit like talkative and excited to log in. Because it's important to motivate everybody.
Yeah,
Use
no.
Impulp, like you don't want fucking 10 people to get bored of the game after the first month of rating.
Yeah, achievements can be a tool, kind of keep people engaged, right? And it's probably what they should be used for, versus it's a secondary objective.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know that same kind of person that's like the collector, the bis. I have to finish the set. I mean, I can't imagine Zip not being hooked on achievements. And you just log in at 4 in the morning and he's doing like, he's exploring like fucking Fellwood or something, so he can get his Fellwood map achievement or whatever the fuck. Sandra at the moment, before Wrath hit, right after pre-patch, just became total obsessed with these achievements. She's having herself and like Lau and a couple of their guildies log in at 3 and 6 in the morning to do the Gurabachi thing, so she can get like the fucking Arena Master or whatever that achievement is. I tried to say like, yeah, but this is just Wrath Classic, like these characters are probably going to be deleted in like a year's time, right? When they're not going to do Kata,
Ah, no, they will do Kata.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if they will. I think they might restart like just vanilla again.
Cataclysm is such a departure from Classic.
It's
I mean,
going to be vanilla with hashtag more changes.
Yeah, that's what I think it'll be as if they go Kata, you might as well play retail. It's that game now. Wrath is pretty close already in a lot of ways. I know a lot of people shit talk Wrath on like a lot of private server guys shit talk Wrath because it's like such a big departure from vanilla. But even TBC has so many of the problems that Wrath put into the game, like flying and badges and all that stuff. It's all TBC shit.
TBC is a bigger departure from vanilla than Wrath is from TBC. People fail to realize that. Like, every single term that we associate with Wrath somehow started in TBC as well.
Welfare epics.
Yeah. Arena. Badges. Heroics. Stuff like that,
The difficulty mode shit started as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could argue about pedantics. You love what you love, but that doesn't matter really. Blizzard's going to do it if they see some money in it, not because players wanna.
I just think if they
play it or
do
not.
do it, if they do Kata, it's not gonna last very long. I think maybe they finish Kata and then realize, like, yeah, not many people interested in that, huh? And then, you know.
I'm curious how the new expansion is gonna go.
I'm
The
half
dragons?
tempted, man. Yeah.
I'm not interested in the slightest. I'm just curious how the numbers will go.
If I could have minus interest, I would have it.
I just see all of the talk about talent trees and stuff, and new abilities and all this, and it reminds me of when Wrath and Kata were coming out, back when I was playing, and, you know, back when they added abilities to classes instead of pruning every expansion. And it almost has me excited looking at, like, oh wow, Disc Priest gets this and this, but what if I talent this way?
Yeah, but you have to look at it that
Hey
way.
guys, good night. See you tomorrow.
I go.
Night.
Yeah, cool, man.
It's like we fucked up the last 2, 3, 4 expansions.
Yeah.
And we removed all this shit. Look, we're bringing it back. We're innovative, or whatever it's called.
I mean, I don't think they're innovative, but at least it's an acknowledgement that they fucked up, in my opinion. You know.
Yeah, but
Same way, at least with the classic team. God, these quests just back and forth, Eddie. The same way with the classic team. I think for me it's a big plus that at least they stepped out and said, we don't think Random Dungeon Finder belongs in the game. You know.
Yeah, but it took them 10 years for that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean it's 2 different games really now, isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
retail.
it is. But I'm mostly pessimistic about they're not being. Their goal is not to gain player trust again or something like that. I think their main goal is always and always will be to gain subscriptions, to get more money, to siphon money out of people. I think they're doing this not because they think that will make a better game. They're just doing it to to get. They feel like that's what the players want, and they feel like that's how they're gonna get money, not because they believe that's gonna make a better game.
But
They're gonna go back on it, just like they did on every other feature when it failed.
Yeah.
They're not gonna admit anything. They're just gonna replace it with another feature, and that's it.
Well, you could well be right. I lost all faith in them for a long time. And I'm not saying I have faith in them now, but it certainly intrigues me, some of the stuff that they're talking about, and it does remind me of my excitement for back in the day, back when I was really just thrilled to play, and thrilled for anything new coming to the game. Every time, like, when Shadowlands was coming out, and I look at, like, okay, I played Frosty K a little bit in BFA. What is Frosty K like in Shadowlands? Oh, it's the exact same, except they've removed, like, 3 abilities that were really important to the spec. Huh, okay. And that's going to be put into, like, some new borrowed power shit. Great. But, I don't know. It's a step in the right direction. And if they're doing it because they think it's going to make them more money, that's fine. I mean, in my head, what? Wait a second. Yeah, sorry. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like they can make a lot of money now out of loot boxes. Not loot boxes, but, you know, their cash shop. But outside of that, the bottom line is that making the game better is what's going to make them more money. Whether they're too stubborn to see that or not. I always thought they were too stubborn in the past, and they were too stubborn, you know, like refusing to do Classic for a decade while people cried out for it because it was like an insult to their fucking egos, right? But they make the game better, more people will sub. So the intelligent way about it, apart from the cash shop and all that stuff, which is like a totally different conversation, is to make the game more engaging and more fun and, you know, better game.
Yeah, but they don't know how to do that. Like, you can see every single, not even expansion, like every single patch they're trying something new. Like for the last few expansions, they changed so many systems and ways to increase player power. Or they even try to decrease it between expansions. But they never stick with something concrete. Like it.
Design philosophy is missing.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
that's the weird. I mean, borrowed power stuff I despise. But and it is true they're just throwing fucking darts at the wall to see what sticks or whatever.
But they've been doing that for the last I don't know how many years.
I know. But from my point of view, as some idiot that just plays the game with no actual insight on game design or anything, this is what I want: is proper talent trees, no borrowed power, all that stuff. But even if they're doing it by accident, it's still like, maybe something is finally moving in the right direction. Whether it stays like that, yeah, you could well be right. They could, it could be another borrowed power system introduced a month from fucking launch, and they can't balance stuff right, and the talent trees are a disaster. Don't know, but
my not just for Blizzard, my biggest plus upside to a developer or a company or anything that produces games is like having a proper vision and they stick to it. Like Blizzard did so many things for the player, whether it was good or not for them. They caved on so many things, like making things a lot easier and implementing a lot of quality of life stuff. I don't want to count them all, but you know what I'm saying.
I know, yeah.
They were thinking they were doing a good thing. Look, players want this. We're gonna appease the player, and it's gonna be good because players are gonna be happy.
Well, the philosophy was listen to your customer.
Yeah.
But realized.
But it wasn't. No. Didn't they have the attitude that people don't know what they want for a long time?
Well, that's
you think you do, but you don't.
Bag. Yeah, but that was about, like I'm saying, the ego thing, Stefan, where they refused to accept that the game had gotten worse.
That was in Pandaria or something like that. When they said that, it's like 2014. I don't know. It was the game was on the decline after Cataclysm. That's when they said it. And seeing that after like losing 5 million subs, it's preposterous.
Yeah.
It's more like I don't expect anything from them, like anything at all. I don't have any hopes or expectations or wishes, or if I get somehow surprised, that's okay. But they're not gonna make me mad about anything because I don't really care.
That's fair. I'm not committed or anything. I'm not super attached or anything. But I will say, even Shadowlands, which has a lot of, it has everything that I think is wrong with the game. Everything about it is wrong. It's not World of Warcraft, like the vanilla that I basically fell in love with. Played down to the south, Addy. Yeah. But fuck, man, I really enjoyed the PvE content that I played. The raids, great. Dungeons, great. And I don't know. It's hard to mash those two thoughts in my head that like I fucking hate everything about this game, but at the same time, God, some of this stuff is so much better than fucking Molten Core, which is what I'd come off the back of from private servers. Some of the boss fights, the fight design and everything in those raids were fucking awesome. And you can see even when that last raid that came out to end the expansion came out,
yeah,
you hop onto like the Paladin Discord or whatever, theory crafting for BC, and these guys who normally spit on fucking retail and look down on it, they're all watching the World First race talking about how awesome the crab boss is and all this stuff.
Yeah, but that's the top percent. That's the best it can get, They're presenting it. That's a big, lovely commercial for them, from my pessimistic side. But, you can't ignore all the other issues with that. Like the biggest problem with them, well, it's basically the guild as a guild doesn't really exist in retail.
No, yeah.
Something like basically something like we have now. It's not a group of people that, you know, hang out, chat with each other, level up, and do in-game stuff. It's like, it's not even a chat room. It's like a, I don't even know how to describe it, because mostly everybody is just bugging and getting boosted in retail. Like,
yeah, I mean that shit infects here as well, man. Though that retail mentality.
yeah.
It's like a fucking plague. I was talking to Addy the other day and just saying, like, even a lot of these guys who were playing on private servers, and I know you gotta use the item here, by the way, Addy. Don't blow it up. Just come out. But yeah, even some of the private server guys who I know played the game in a hardcore way, but you know, still with the same sort of framework that vanilla was played with. Stick them into classic, and it's just, I don't want to level. I want to boost. I want to do GDKPs. I want to, you know, this isn't the game, guys. This is not. So far removed from what actually like makes the game fucking fun.
Yeah, it's a single player game. It becomes a single game. It's what I guess Not is saying as well, that it becomes just people playing a single player, do what they want, you know. I don't think I've ever, I think I leveled in the, not Shadowlands, but the one before, Battle for Azeroth, and I don't think I talked to more than 5 people going to max level from like whatever the expansion before.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter for character progression. They're just keeping you for those 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month, to pay a second subscription. Leveling doesn't really matter in retail. They say it's like so you can see the story, but you don't need to level up to see a story, you know, to finish quests and stuff like that. It's just a waste of time, and they, you know, it pays for the subscription for the first few months. I would really like to see their profit margins for the first few months of each expansion, like how player attainment and stuff like that. It's basically
certainly be interesting.
Yeah, it's leveling. Look, all I'm trying to say is vanilla leveling and retail leveling are not different. They're like comparing football to, I don't know, race cars. It doesn't have any context with each other. They serve a totally different purpose. A retail player, let's put an example to a single player RPG, something like basic, like Skyrim. A retail player would come there and say, okay, this is fun, but I want to do endgame. And they would cheat and get to a level, get all the skills, items, and they would play for a while and they would just quit. And I think that's basically it for retail. Like, people go there, play for a bit, they decide leveling is boring, they buy a boost from Blizzard, they get to max level, ooh, this story, this cinematic and stuff like that, that's nice. Then they don't know how to play because they fucking boosted their character, but they want to be the top player, so they buy another boost from other player. And that's a awful cycle that just continues and continues because players don't stay in the game for long enough to change their opinion of the game. So you just have a cycle of people just boosting and boosting and boosting and boosting. That's only thing they see. There are exceptions to that. I know there are, but I'm not trying to generalize, but that's how I see the retail. And I don't see how that's going to change, no matter what they paint the new expansion in.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it though, Noth, is honestly it's a player issue, a community issue. People, I know the game is totally different, but man, the attitudes of some people in the game now just stink compared to, you know, I mean, what you're talking about basically is the idea that endgame is the MMO now, which again I think was a BC problem.
Yeah.
That they've just carried forward since then. Raiding / arena / now Mythic Plus. That is the game, and anything before that is just a hassle.
Yeah.
Whereas in retail, man, the world and the leveling, that is the game, and the raids were just like some side thing at the end of the experience, you know? It's not what the game was designed around.
Before I'll say one thing before I go. In original classic, I would say only, I don't know, 30% of people raided full time all the time. There was so many people at max level that done PvP only, or done dungeons only, or P'd or whatever, right? Well, now it's kind of, they tried to add in stuff, but it's kind of secondary stuff like pet battles or achievements or whatever.
Nonsense.
Yeah. So I definitely think you should add rated battlegrounds though to Rat. That would, I think, add a good feature to Rat. I don't think of any other retail features, or even once they retired. Item forging.
I mean, personally, I enjoy the Mythic Plus stuff. It is quite fun, but I take issue with a lot of their design to begin with in the dungeons. Like, for example, why now when people say crowd control, do they actually mean AOE interrupts? Because that's all it is. You just AOE interrupt stuff and keep nuking, keep AOEing. Nobody's actually like sheeping something. Fucking sap this. Don't break that fucking trap. You know, that doesn't exist anymore.
Have you ever played Diablo 3?
Not really. Like very briefly.
Diablo 3 endgame is basically that. You're
Yeah,
dealing with infinite scaling dungeons.
Yeah.
And you're basically not trying to control a single unit. You're just trying to control a blob. And all the gameplay, everything is adjusted to controlling that blob and finishing that rift dungeon or whatever you want to call it in that time period. And that really leads to some really degenerate I wouldn't say player behavior, but outlook on the game. Because if you're looking at the game from that viewpoint, everything else is like trivial, not necessary. It's like it's not healthy for the game to only be viewed from that viewpoint. And yeah, I might be rambling a bit, but
well, we're always rambling, all of us.
It is late. Right, I'm gone. Bye.
Good night. I've been playing after we got our little summer break, after we went on hiatus for a bit. Where is this guy at? The fuck? Drift Emblem here. Winter. Okay. Yeah, after we went on hiatus, I finished Persona 5, which took like another 30 hours or some shit. I love that game, but it's so fucking long.
Do you ever finish Elden Ring?
I just started playing it, as I was just gonna say. I started playing it, and I started playing it last week, and I got 60 hours into it, and really enjoying it. But now this is taken over. Moving on one thing. But yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of issues with the game, Azza. but it's a very different experience, and I really am appreciating it. Proper RPG, in a lot of ways, anyway. In other ways, I'm deeply disappointed in it. But it was such a breath of fresh air for me that, you know, last one I played was Sekiro. That came out, obviously.
I can't really comment on any of those because I never played any of those games.
I cannot recommend them highly enough. And especially
I-
Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne are just fucking spectacular. Maybe if you're talking about games as like an art form, that's the pinnacle.
I'm trying to say that for me the problem is the gameplay.
Yeah.
The third person. I wouldn't say I despise. I dislike third person games. It's not something for me, and not something I'm used to playing. And you see tons of memes about the movement and other janky stuff about those games.
Yeah.
Especially the online part and stuff like that. Maybe one day I'll try, but I'm not interested in it.
Says the guy who plays WoW.
Don't tell me you play WoW in first person.
Nuts got his camera like fucking RTS style.
Yeah, but Jesus, you can't. I'm saying in general third person. Like, WoW is a third person game. I'm not
messing with you, I know what you meant.
in the same category as like Metal Gear Rising. You wouldn't really compare it to WoW, right? But Metal Gear Rising is closer to Dark Souls than WoW. Well, I'm strange like that, but never mind.
I don't know, I don't have any sort of like... Nothing like that would stop me from playing a game. But it certainly is jank. The early games, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. I've not played 2, I've heard it's not great. But it's just something, at least for me, that I worked through and sort of got used to after a few hours or whatever. And I don't know, the experience as a whole for me is like, talk about an RPG, man. That Dark Souls 1 especially. Bloodborne's less heavy on the RPG stuff.
What?
Yes. Have you played them all, Lazza?
One Bloodborne and Elden Ring.
Yeah. I mean, Bloodborne, you know, I mean, it's a lot closer to like an action game almost in terms of like combat and everything.
Bloodborne seems to me like Eldritch game more than the other ones. I don't know how to describe it. More like Stranger.
Yeah, that is the plot.
Tell me I ate you.
Well, it's a really interesting setting that starts. I've seen people describe it as starting as like sort of Victorian Gothic horror with like, you imagine like wolfmen and vampires, and then suddenly that becomes like, yeah, you know, mind-blowing Lovecraftian stuff. It's very cool, and they actually work it in gameplay mechanics in quite interesting ways that, you know, a lot of games have tried to cover similar subject matter. And just basically the way they cover it is by telling you that that's happening. You know, there's no gameplay involvement. It's really hard to express that stuff, the Lovecraftian shit.
Oh yeah, Lovecraft.
You know,
That's the word I was searching for.
it's hard to show people that, and it's definitely hard to make it like visible in games and that. You know,
Yeah.
The
The
part of
presentation
gameplay.
is important.
yeah. But I don't know. They worked it, and they did it very well. I really enjoyed Sekiro as well, but that's not an RPG. That's 100% like action.
Yeah. My first exposure to those Souls games was a Demon Soul demo.
Oh yeah.
I saw someone playing on a PlayStation 3. And everything I could remember from that was, it was so goddamn clunky and awkward to play. And I was like, why would you ever want to put yourself through it? Like, I get the presentation, the graphics, the atmosphere, the story, the characters, whatever you want to, you know. You can pick and choose what you want, but the gameplay is really important to me. And seeing something like that, especially on a controller, is just atrocious.
Well, can I tell you something, dude? I mean, there's two things that actually work for me in those games. And one of them is like what you're talking about, the lore and atmosphere. Atmosphere especially is such a big thing. They really do an amazing job of creating a world that feels so deep that it feels like it's a real place. You know, it's not just this is a video game. This is so well thought out in every small little minute detail. It's really incredible. The amount of passion that obviously they had, at least in the early stuff, for this. I definitely feel like they're wearing the formula out a little bit now.
Well, to me it seems like the setting is more important than the story.
Yeah,
in each game.
It's very much like lore and world building rather than a narrative. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, you're reading half the story in item descriptions. And so it depends a lot. Like, if you don't want to be bothered with the story, you don't even have to participate in it, really. And if you're interested, there's so much you can read into it. But the other thing that I think they do really, really well is actually gameplay, despite the jank. Just the way that it works with the world building is something really unique to their games, I think. It's not smooth, especially the early games. Really janky. And unwieldy, and the combat's not great. I don't think the graphics are great in the early ones either. Definitely not. Like Dark Souls and Demon Souls and stuff. But just something about it that really fucking works when you get in there and you start playing and just get in the right headspace for it. And
we shall meet again.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but let me explain. Resident Evil 1. Tank controls. You know,
yeah, fixed camera and you're like...
Yeah. That was made because of the technology, not because they had a artistic decision to make it that way. They did the best they could with the technology they had at that time. And I can say, okay, that's fine. I respect that. That's the product of that time. But at the same time, when you had Dark Souls coming out, Demon Souls, whichever was first, you had something like Metal Gear Solid 4 coming out as well. Which was, however you want to put it, it was really gameplay focused on controls and your character and movement, and it was I wouldn't say miraculous, but something close to that, what they did. And it seems to me more like laziness than design choice. And that's what kept me from the games so far.
Well, I'll say from my point of view, the new games, Elden Ring is so impressive to me in terms of like the lore and the world building and everything. And in terms of gameplay, I'm just quite, I don't know, I'm a bit morose about it because it's very much still the exact same thing that it was 12 years ago or 13 years ago whenever they put Demon Souls out, which was the first one. It hasn't changed. The same issues with the combat in the first game they still plague these fucking...
Night.
They still plague these games, and it hasn't been... It's so disappointing that the studio, which I think has done so well in so many ways, just hasn't. You know, when these games first came out, I thought, and I think a lot of people had a similar impression. Maybe it's not what everybody thought or whatever, but certainly what I thought was, this is like one of the most out there, different, innovative experiences I've had with a video game. And I thought it was very unique.
Yeah.
And
especially with the difficulty and everything. Yeah. They weren't compromising.
Yeah. But instead of developing and evolving from that, they have just repeated, it seems to me, the same process for every game. I'm not very good at articulating how I feel about this stuff. I can just say when I get into these worlds, they feel fantastic, really well thought out and beautiful, and personally, gameplay wise, yeah, there's a lot of jank. But in such a strange way, a lot of it is, I don't know, it's confusing mechanically. Why would they put this in the game? Why would they do this? But it's almost all stuff that's beneficial in a lot of ways. The online PvP stuff, I'm not a big fan of this. Well, not a big fan. I don't do it because I don't have the fucking PlayStation Network, so I can't even. I'm not paying for that subscription, so
yeah,
I can't play online on Elden Ring. The thing is that with Elden Ring, it's the exact same system as Dark Souls, so this is what I'm talking about. It's not innovative anymore, right? But when Dark Souls came out, that's such a unique thing. It's not smooth, it's not easy to understand and easy for players to grasp and stuff, but like, I don't know, I've never seen a game integrate these systems so much into their world and their world building. There's a real heft to like the lore and the lore reasons for why this is happening and why this person has just showed up and started fucking ganking you. And it just feels like it's all part of the world in a strange way. I don't feel like when you queue up for Warsong Gulch or whatever that, that's a fucking normal experience in the World of Warcraft. You get teleported to far off place. Fucking, there's a little thing on your screen that tells you how many points you got. You're running flags back and forth. I don't know. But like the message system, all that stuff, it's just really unique and interesting. And like you're saying, it's not for me the difficulty, but more the fact that it was uncompromising in the way that it's a real honest to God it's a real honest to God RPG, and it's like not ashamed of that. You have to I mean, as a new player, it's really fun and interesting, and as a good player who knows what he's doing, you can do some really crazy stuff. But working builds out, making unique characters, taking unique paths through the game that you might not otherwise do, once you figure stuff out, or maybe for the first time exploring. Just an example of like some changes, like down negative for me. In the first Dark Souls and Demon Souls, there was no respecking. You made your character, and that's your character, and if you fuck it up, that's your fault and your problem, you know? So obviously, that puts a lot of weight on your decisions. You have to maybe spend some time thinking about your choices, what you're going to do and everything. Past 3 or 4
Can you
games.
actually fail at the game? Like, complete fail?
You can do, if you're good, you can play the entire game, any one of these games, completely naked with no items and no levels and nothing, you know. But as a new player, that's going to be really, really, really difficult.
Okay, so there's a fail state to the game where you actually can fuck up the whole game.
If you're a new player, I would say, yeah, you could do that. You could screw it up.
Didn't know that.
I mean, you could definitely get... See, in Demon Souls, man, it's so fascinating. It's the jankiest of all, the first one. And it's really interesting, some of the stuff. There's an Irish guy who does like video essays that I really like. He's very articulate about this stuff. I might link it. The guy sounds exactly like Pulp. And he talks about going to Marks and Spencer's and stuff as well, I think, sometimes. I swear he's like the same fucking... It's him. It's actually him. But he was saying, like, in Demon Souls, there's this system, right? Where if you die, it's called world tendency. So if you die, your world tendency goes like darker. And if you kill good NPCs, it goes darker. If you're good to NPCs and stuff, it goes lighter. Basically what that means is, as the world gets darker, like more enemies spawn, like tougher enemies spawn, unique bad enemies spawn that are quite difficult and stuff like this. And the guy said, like, yeah, like common thought in game design would tell you that if a player is struggling, they need a helping hand, not to be kicked down a well. Which is basically what Demon Souls does. If you fuck up so bad, your world tendency gets pushed into the black, then suddenly like there are 3 times as many enemies, and they're all super tough, and they're spawning unique elite enemies for you to fight that, you know, you were already dying to the easy stuff. It doesn't make any sense from like if you approach it from like a standard typical point of view, but it's a really fascinating thing for me anyway.
It makes sense from a setting, from the story perspective, I'd say, not from a gameplay perspective.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like the world is fucking miserable, and you're not getting any help, right? The world is out to get you, and yeah, I don't know, but it's a fascinating. The guy's point in one of these essays where he was talking about it was that the higher ups at the studio when Demon Souls was being made had already assumed that it was going to be a failure, so they just kind of left the team alone. And with no oversight, they just did whatever they felt like, and took a bunch of risks that in a normal environment of game design you wouldn't be allowed to take. You wouldn't be allowed to do stupid stuff like that, or implement unique online systems that are sort of outlandish and not similar to anything popular at the time. And you know, but they had the freedom to do that because nobody was giving them any oversight, because these guys are... This game is going to be shit. Nobody's going to buy this, so put our resources elsewhere. Don't worry about this shit.
Yeah.
I have to say though, I mean, I'm sorry. I get that it's a gameplay issue for you, lore-wise and everything. I think you'd appreciate it a lot, just from the kind of stuff that you say about WoW and your appreciation of vanilla and everything. You know.
My general expectations of not just WoW, gaming world in general, it's really low currently, and I don't expect it to improve anytime soon. So my story needs, my settings, my atmosphere, and stuff like that. When I really need it, I turn to books. Stuff like that.
Okay.
So I don't really expect it from video games today. And that's why I'm focusing so much on gameplay.
That's fair.
That's the easiest I can explain my reasoning.
Yeah. I'm a lazy fuck, so I don't like reading too much.
My man.
Man. Eddie's asking if you've ever read Malazan.
I've heard of it. It's on my list. I have a
Not
big
only
list.
reads light novel.
That's kind of out there. It's really varied, and I wouldn't say I have a genre that I really like, because I don't want to be constricted by anything, and I really like to get surprised by something. And my general opinion was that I was really frustrated with all of this, because gaming is basically, I wouldn't say my life, but definitely my hobby. And I was really affected by it, if I can say it.
Yeah.
And didn't really lead to anywhere, because I really couldn't, affect it in any meaningful way. So I just had to change my outlook on it. And set my
About video
expectations.
games being disappointing in general, you mean? Or?
Yeah. Just set my expectations low enough where I don't get,
Yeah.
disappointed with every single release. Or
Yeah, I mean, I've become very jaded.
Yeah, that's the right word as well.
In the past, I used to stay up all night and watch E3 and just get so excited at all the trailers and. No, it's like I watch like compilation videos making fun of the conferences for being so bad. And,
Same.
It kind of sucks to not be able to be excited about it anymore.
Well, the downside of it, you get really disappointed easily.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's true, but I don't know, there's something about the naive sort of ignorance is bliss, like, yeah, oh wow, this could be amazing, this game, made by some no-name fucking studio that's never made anything, put out a CG trailer.
The thing is, the more you know about gaming and the gaming world, which is natural, you want to explore things you love, and the more you know, the easier it gets to recognize a few patterns. Basically, I'm not trying to brag or anything, just I needed to see a screenshot or two, maybe a trailer or a snippet of an article, and I can say, this game is going to be such a goddamn failure. And it's going to be made because, they're just doing it for the money. And that's basically
You might need to go under, Eddie.
most of gaming recently.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is so silly because it's an industry, so of course they're after money, right? But I do feel, looking back at early stuff when I was growing up, that the people involved in a lot of the stuff did it for passion and for love of stuff that they were creating. You can talk about Blizzard even in vanilla, and it really feels like those guys just loved.
Well, the Blizzard specialty was taking something, an existing IP or an idea, and refine it. Like Diablo, Starcraft, and everything. That was all. Everything was there already. They just took it and made it their own, in their own image. And that's fine. That's great. But they don't even do that now. That the last IP was Overwatch. And that was that scrapped MMO they did.
Titan, yeah.
Like, they just, Blizzard and everyone else, they're just doing everything safe and easy, and the IP they're doing has to be as recognizable as possible, or the theme they're going for has to be, you know, safe. It's just tiresome.
I mean, every studio that I used to love has basically fallen. Liz, BioWare, Bungie.
Man,
Bethesda.
Bethesda,
Bethesda is the same as it ever was. It never changed.
Yeah, I never really played Morrowind growing up, so the first experience I had was like Oblivion. And I never really got into the Fallout games. I don't know.
Bethesda is the same from the start to the end. They make open world games that are buggy, and they expect the players to fix them with mods. You can describe almost every Bethesda game like that. Not as a publisher, as a developer. And they've been doing that for the last 30 years, ever since Daggerfall. And yeah, okay. They didn't change for the last 30 years. They're doing the basic same shit. But the way they interact with players and how they make money changed. So players are more aware. Well, I wouldn't say more aware. It's easier to recognize how scummy they are. Like, what was it? Skyrim? I don't know which edition or whatever re-release it was, when they try to implement, you know, you have to pay for mods now.
Yup, yeah.
Like,
but, I mean, they were the fucking originators to the. I still remember the horse armor, first ever microtransaction DLC.
But that's okay. That's something they did, and they put out like, we did this. You can buy it for whatever amount you want. But actually taking mods from players, not taking. If you're on our platform and you make mods, that basically belongs to us. Something Blizzard did with Warcraft 3 Reforged and Starcraft 2. Like, yeah, okay, you're not wasting any money on development, just taking something from the players and labeling it as yours and asking people to pay money for it. That's something different from a DLC, and you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I understand. Obviously, there's a difference. I'm actually developing or not developing. I still just don't, you know, whether they did it or not, I don't agree with, you know, the fucking, like, selling a cosmetic for $5 or whatever the fuck. Sort of beginning of the end stuff.
Yeah, but all I'm trying to say is, if a player is doing something for free that's benefiting your game, don't make it worse.
Yeah.
Just leave it as it is. You have 30 years of that. That's what you based your entire game portfolio on.
I mean, it's so
players
ludicrous.
to fix your...
Yeah, it's so ludicrous anyway, like... And I know they always would advertise it in a way like, oh, we're going to be paying our modders to create this content. Like, you're giving a cut off the fucking top. You're not paying anybody.
They just made a website for your mods. Like, and put a price on it. Well, most of the stuff with like skins and cosmetics and stuff like that was basically mods like 10, 15 years ago. And you wouldn't need to pay for it. Fans of the game would make it because they love the games and they want to support it more. And that basically, you know, changed into what we have today. So I'm pessimistic
Yeah, I can tell.
And I'm not expecting anything, but the biggest recent thing I was really, it hit me like from nowhere was the 2016 Doom.
But yeah,
I don't know if you played it.
I have not yet.
It's a game that the biggest focus of the game is the gameplay and the presentation. Everything else is on the side. It's like how to describe it? A game that wouldn't be made by anyone sensible because there was no indication that it would ever work. It was made because the people at that point believed that they want to make that kind of game and they will find an audience for that. But they didn't expect it to be, such a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
An FPS that is an FPS that's not trying to be something else, and it just goes for that. And that came from id Software. Their last release was Rage in 2009, which was basically a glorified tech demo. And before that, they had Doom 3. Like, not a great track record for the last 2 decades.
But Quake 4 as well.
Oh, yeah, but that was from Raven.
Also, was it?
I think that was another studio.
Okay.
I'm not certain about it, but Rage and Doom 3 was like the big stuff. And it was, it is what it is. But Doom, the 2016 version, was just... It wasn't anything new, that's the point. It was just old stuff refined for, I don't know if you play FPS games in general.
Yeah, well, a bit. Probably, I don't know how I could say this. Not like the PC stuff, probably. Like, I grew up playing Halo.
Okay. Halo is a great example. It's a really simple game with a great story. You're really clear how you stand on the map, with your enemies. You have 2 weapons. It's a simple system. It works, and it works properly, and has a competent story and good graphics for its time and everything.
Yeah.
We can agree on that.
Yeah.
They took that and said that this is not enough. Let's improve on those concepts. On those simple concepts, just really, really, really refined. They didn't do anything revolutionary. They just took something and really made it work. And that's rare today. Well, recently, in the recent, I don't know, 15 years. You could say it isn't something like Dark Souls, it is an RPG, it is a third-person RPG, but it's so goddamn different from anything else that came before it. Like, what's the analogy to it? Like something like Gothic, or
I mean, it's so funny talking about that, man. And I describe Dark Souls as like a JRPG.
But Jesus, no.
Yeah, I know, right? But that's what it is. It's a Japanese RPG game. I don't know how to define it.
Yeah. Dark Souls is a JRPG.
Yeah.
And,
Anyway. Yeah, those first games, man. I mean, Halo 1, as long as Bungie worked on it, it was, like you're saying, it wasn't perfect or anything. But the first one was rock solid, really fucking good. And they took it, and the second one was basically, it looks better, and now you have online multiplayer. And what a fucking hit that was. And 3 was the same, exact same. but with new features and yeah, then I don't know. I was saying to Addy that there's like this need to overcomplicate things. You know, every game basically that comes out on the this other quest that every game that comes out on like the PlayStation, which is like, you know, they all look the exact same. They've all got the exact same mechanics, if you want to call them mechanics. This is part of why Elden Ring. Yeah, it's part of why Elden Ring's so disappointing to me is because the good parts are really fucking good, and the bad parts are just, I don't know, they're senseless. I gotta go back.
Stop my work here. My husband King will awaken.
Not yet, Yamaron.
It's just like,
Plans for you.
why is there an open world game? You can put that in like quotation marks, finger quotes, in between my like really great level design in Dark Souls. Why, you know, like, do people really need to ride around in a big empty world on a horse and then see a shiny item, like a shiny piece of grass, flower for them to loot? Do people think this is fun, or is this like, it's such a trend nowadays? It's such a trope. It's so overused. And he played Horizon Zero Dawn. Visually, that game is so stunning sometimes. Not Zero Dawn, sorry, the new one.
That game is so fucking bland to me.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying is gameplay-wise, man, there is nothing there. It is so.
It's the same shit you played in an open world game like 15 years ago. It's the same Assassin's Creed mechanics and whichever progenitor you want to take, it's the same shit, like with a twist.
Those Assassin's Creed games as well. Like, man, I really like the first and second Assassin's Creed, and I know that they just copy pasted the second one like 4 times or whatever. But these open world games that they've got now, I don't get it. I just don't see the appeal in this. I loved Red Dead Redemption 2 for its story, and visually again, I thought graphically, what fucking incredible. Like on a technical level. Gameplay wise, I just don't, you know, shooting a buffalo and then getting down and pressing the skinning animation button doesn't do anything for me.
But yeah, it does for some people.
Or it's just like what, a rush of endorphins because you got the shiny. Steffa talking. Interactive movie, yeah, they are Steffa, but I mean, sometimes that's really good. Like the God of War game, the new God of War game was really fucking cool. I thought, like, but it's because the story carries it. Gameplay's not interesting. Red Dead story, fucking incredible. I'm a big fan of Western movies and everything, so for me it's really just awesome stuff. The gameplay, I mean, it more kills me. Those at least have something. The Horizon thing is that the game is like the color beige in a fucking disc format, you know.
Yeah.
How people are excited for this when the second one comes out, like it's so unassumingly dull looking.
Inoffensive.
Yeah, I mean, it almost has like an interesting like setting. I was saying to Addy, like it could almost be something. But everything about it, just the open world, all the side quests that mean nothing. The BioWare style like automated animation where all the characters just look like robots who are, you know, staring off into the distance while they're talking. It's like a bland plastic face on. Make like a short fucking 6-hour game that's actually tightly, you know, crafted and saying something maybe, and yeah, a hell of a lot better than like a 100-hour experience where you get to ride around in the empty open world. take checkboxes off your map.
Yeah, but that really works for people who are, completionists, who really want to. I don't know, maybe OCD, something like that.
Yeah.
Have to check every single box.
I mean,
have
it's
to...
that achievement thing again, right?
Yeah, something like that.
When I really love a game, I mean, I went out of my way to get a platinum on Persona 5, and which is like get all the achievements on the PlayStation. You get like a platinum.
Yeah.
And I got it for Bloodborne also. Those are the only two games that I bothered. I could get one in Sekiro as well in like 5 hours if I want to do another playthrough, but I'm not gonna endure shit, to go through that. That's like a mark of like, oh, I love Bloodborne enough that I played it like 7 fucking times, so I just happened to get all of the achievements in it. It was just like almost a coincidence. Collectathon. I remember the first Assassin's Creed where you were running around picking up feathers for no reason. Seems to have gotten even worse.
Yeah. Remember the first? Well, not the first. Far Cry 3. Which was.
Never played that, man.
Yeah, the first Far Cry was in like 2004 or 2005.
Yeah, the Crytek tech demo.
Yeah, basically that. They didn't have a way to, I don't know, not finance, but they didn't have any way to commercialize their engine. So they made a game. And they somehow got funding to make it a bit more competent, but it was still garbage. But never mind. Then they made Far Cry 2, which was in Africa or something like that.
Yeah, I have both of them. I didn't finish either of them, but yeah.
Which was really, I wouldn't say it was anything special, but they really cared about the game and they really tried to make it as, they went for the realism. And they tried to make it, as real as they could with the budget they had. And you could see it in little quirks like how you repaired your weapon, if it jammed, the durability on it.
See the stuff that you're talking about there? This is the stuff that I would be watching in like E3 trailers and gameplay videos, getting so hyped for. Like, oh my god. The guy fired an RPG and the backblast lit the grass on fire and the fire spread and...
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that same video about Far Cry 2. Then all I want to say is Far Cry 3 came out and it was like triple the success of the Far Cry 2. But it had a semi-interesting... well, not the story. Story was generic as fuck. It had a few interesting characters which carried the whole game. But it didn't have to be in an open world game. There was no reason for it. It would be better served in a linear single player story of about 6 hours.
Yeah.
6 to 8 hours with some additional content, stuff like that. But I really think when studios aren't sure on a product, they just put a few stickers on it saying open world immersive experience, next gen, other bullshit like that, and say, okay, this is now good enough. Like you can only get good games through, I don't know, accidents, basically. Which is sad.
Just there's no room to be innovative anymore. Yeah, I played Crisis stuff. I mean, I tried to run it back on my PC back when it was impossible to run, and I had like a shitbox laptop. Could barely run WoW. And then, I think I might still have the disc somewhere.
I've been expecting.
It's just like, I don't know. It's so low, and I mean, it's a lot like the movie industry now, right? Where they figured out what makes the money. And it's so easy, apparently, to Although now it seems to be like it might be starting to go off the rails, but I've been thinking that for the past 10 years. Like, there's no way, I mean, everybody knows about superheroes and all this stuff, but there's no way some fucking stupid Ant-Man movie is gonna make money.